Yeah, I'm getting bodied by a spirit. I said I'm getting bodied. Yeah, I think so. Owned? I was getting owned by a spirit, maybe? Oh! Are we good?
Just 1 second. There we go. We're good now.
I'm getting bodied by a spirit. Oh my god, that thing went flying. Right, that there's kind of... okay. I kind of realized that they kind of have this problem where I initially thought of them having like these cable things attached to them. Oh, you should have had the plasma shrimp. This plasma shrimp would have been so good for you. Okay, I need to pay attention. Because like they had this like idea of like kind of like the initial design that you made for them, where they kind of had armor bits, and then underneath the armor was a bunch of cables and stuff. Oh, you got a shrimp? You got a shrimp? Yeah. I mean, it's not bad for me since because if I get into rage mode, I do multi-hit anyways. Looking Narnar. Well, like you know how you had them kind of like looking like they had armor bits on them, and then there's like cables inside of the armor bits. Basically, instead of having like all the floating pieces that they have at the moment, it was just like there was the armored bits and stuff, and there was like pieces of art like plating over the cables, but there was just cables keeping everything together because they were basically like living cables. But then I realized that concept would kind of clash with the other species I have in mind that I'm maybe gonna make at some point, or want to make it at some point. So then I was like, increase in attack speed. Why did I not give that to you? I need to stop doing that. Yeah. Yeah. I just need to try not to zone out too hard. Yeah. Do you want a soda, an energy drink? I have an energy drink. Yeah, that was the initial idea. They looked like they were wearing armor, or it looked like a bunch of cable wearing armor, more than what they currently look like. No, not nerd. No, you didn't, because I specified I wanted their joints to have, like no connections, basically. But what I think I want to do for their design is I want them to basically have like parts around the joints, like rings and stuff, because they kind of have like this ring aesthetic where like the gaps are covered, but there's still supposedly gaps there. That's the initial idea I have in my mind right now, and I think that because I think that would look better. And I also I'm still trying to figure out what or how I want to figure out their whole dimorphism thing. Right. Right. Ah. Well, I do kind of want to abandon that kind of a cable aesthetic for the limbs, because I think it clashes a little too much with the other stuff that they're kind of supposed to be vibing about. Right. Yeah, that was, but I'm trying to step away from the more cable-y look because it would kind of clash with the look of like the worm creatures I have in mind. Because they kind of have a similar aesthetic where they're basically like a bunch of cables, but instead of it being cables, they're like worms. Writhing mass, basically. But real big guys. Oh yeah, like those. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, essentially. Ooh, Mocha, a Tesla coil, and a fire spirit. Yeah, Mocha, Tesla coil, and fire spirit is what I grabbed because I like the fire spirit. Fire spirit's good. Because I also have the fire active thing. Do you want both noxious thorns, or should I just take one? I'll take one. Damn, I hit like a truck now. This is what my build was getting to. Kind of funny. Yeah, they're supposed to be playable. They're supposed to be playable. I just need to add them to the species document. I have a few ideas in mind, but I'm still kind of conceptualizing everything. Yeah. Aliens. Some of them are fantastical, but you know, there's also like literal aliens. Ah. Yeah. Floaty metal bits. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean that's the basic vibe of what I imagine them being. But like the difference is that they can actually they're more together, but they can be like more floaty like that, but they just typically don't look like that. Ooh, I got a fusion. Ah, I wish we went to the green portal. Ah, whatever.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's fine. We'll just work towards a different character.
We're gonna have to
That's true. Talking about the aesthetic design. Yeah. Spread out. No, I don't. That doesn't ring a bell in any way, shape, or form. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's basically what they can do too. It's meant to like increase productivity and stuff, and also kind of remove the restrictions of having limbs attached to your body,
Yeah.
which makes doing work really easy.
How so is that?
Ooh, hammer! Do you want the Shattering Justice?
That, yeah, that's actually very, very good.
Okay, go ahead and take it. I lost my train of thought again. Yeah, GG having floaty limbs and the Artithetic having floating limbs and the productivity of like not having limbs or I guess joints or your limbs being attached to anything. Yeah. I really do like their head that you have at least. Right. Oh. Tri-tip dagger. Look at that! Right. Yeah, I do like them. I do think like the thing is they're like I would say that the artistic are borderline humanoid. Do you want focus crystal? It's actually pretty good for me. Because I do have a lot, like I have a mode where I literally have to be close to people to do dementia. But yeah, I do like the idea of them, like being like basically humanoid, but they're not like quite there. I don't mind that idea, to be honest. Well, like they have a head and kind of like the simple principle of like 2 legs and 2 arms, and then like a head and then like a torso and stuff. That's like the basic principle of humanoid. Whilst like, but like, and then the instance of like how they work is they're kind of real capacitor, more electricity. But they're probably more in the instance of they look like they walk around on 2 legs, but they don't really do that. They kind of just walk around. It's kind of weird. Ooh, a tri-tip dagger. Yeah, kinda. Pretty much. They kinda just walk around however that's like, whatever's efficient. And typically because the humanoid shape is so efficient at moving and not wasting energy, it's just like the typical way they move around. But they can move around other ways too, and it doesn't. Yeah, the way that we walk is we don't like expel energy when walking or moving, because what we do is we just kind of throw ourselves, because when we step and move is we just kind of let gravity pull us forward, and then if we want to move faster we push off of where we're already falling, so it's a lot more efficient. So basically we're constantly falling over to move, so it's really efficient.
For like animation, they basically describe a walk like as a series of falling.
Yeah. That's crazy. I really like the head so far. I'm not even gonna lie. I do think, yeah, I definitely do think we should revisit like every other limb. I should let you take leeching seed. You don't really care for leeching seed, do you? Trying on like characters. Yeah, that's true. Even though we've missed 2 opportunities to unlock characters. We missed the Rex opportunity and then the Chef opportunity. Maybe not quite the Chef one, because technically we could teleport, but... Or choose a map at the bazaar, or whatever it's called. I have the item, the last item I need to unlock Chef. Yeah, it's been so long since I got this item, bro. And then the other time I got it, I died so fast for no reason. I don't know what happened. I just imploded. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, why do I have bleed? Oh wait, you're shooting the same enemy as me, that's why. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Right. Well, based on everything we kind of discussed already, we're kind of already caught up with like current events. Yeah. The only other thing that wasn't discussed was the era of the sins coming into fruition. That wasn't as talked about, but that's about it, because everything else was relatively figured out with you as we're discussing it. Uh-huh. Mm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Super cancer. Yeah. Goebio. Mhm. Yeah. Infestiac, but actually what there were is the immuter. You are? Oh yeah, you are. Uh-oh. Yeah, I can see you're not in my game anymore. Had I checked the log or like the text log? Because it didn't say you left the game, I don't think. The right stick? Ah. No, I just said you got the last thing. Oh no, yeah, never mind. You got disconnected. I saw that. I see the text. You could also just leave and then rejoin. Right. I'm still droning. Console. There you go. That'll hopefully make your connection more stable. Ooh. Do I activate the node? Okay. Right. Dude, the electricity Tesla coil with all the other items I have is so fucking strong. Oh my god. That's right. I forgot that they also get all of his items. Dude, that'd be crazy. I summoned worms. No. I just instantly destroyed a worm like nothing happened. I am stably killing things like nothing's wrong. Well, because my connection is stable but yours isn't, so you actually have to leave in order for it to end. I'm gonna take the primordial cube because it's actually kind of good for this character. We can continue about the conversation too. You remembering the lore, and then me correcting you if you're misremembering. Oh, I think the game No, never mind. Someone trying to make. Oh, that's what it was. It was you joining. It makes sense. All right. Uh huh. Yeah. Everything's sick. Right. Yeah. Well, they were always were capable of healing things and being able to heal themselves really easy, but you know now they're like aware that they can do these things for other people and stuff. That's their actual name is. Yeah. 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 Oh, it poisoned everything. It's like 1,000. It's yeah. Nice. Voidescent flame. Do you want this? Void scent flame. That's funny. Huh. Haze. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, hammer. Okay. It just kills you. Yeah, but it's so it was basically like a mutation of the infested where they're still infested, but it's like more volatile, but they're still like dumb as rocks, but like they mutate into like super volatile things now that are like kind of just kill things that they touch. Um, so they're pretty scary, but they're still technically infested, but also not really. I actually haven't really differentiated the infested and this infection all too much in my mind yet, but now that you talk about it, it should probably be differentiated since the infested are different. Okay. Oh. Okay. Note. Oh, it's under. It's like floating around somewhere. I remember there it is. No, never mind. That's not it. That's an anemone. Where is it? Hmm. Yeah, because I have the ascend power. Uppies. There you go. No! Well, I'm back down here. I'll have to retry it. If I had that one, like, ability or triangle item that would let me... Yeah, the egg. The Durgan egg. Durgan egg. There's shapes here. There's shapes here. For like the one puzzle.
Yeah, the thing. Oh my god, how did I not see that? I clearly looked there. How did I not see that?
Triangle, circle, circle, square, circle, triangle, circle, circle, square.
Take a picture.
I have it on stream.
Oh, well, there's a reference.
You can just pause the stream.
You know what I mean? I would have to find it.
It's not gonna be hard. Nom nom. I'm trying to remember where it is on here. It's like on the side of the. It's like on the side of a cliff of one of the cliffs somewhere. That might be a different area, but I remember this one was kind of easy to find. I just kind of looked, and I found it randomly, and I was like, I wish I was a different character so I could get there. Is that Mocha?
Like, become an animal.
Right.
Like 75%. Like even whenever like you're not inherently like aggressive, you're like if you're not hungry, you'll probably like wander around, like at the not there mentally, but you are technically hungry. You're just ambling around, and then once you're hungry, then you start kind of like moving up, and then once you hit that age, then you go over to the barrel, and like
Right.
like mine for this, like I can log
Oh, you did? Nice. Right. That's generally how the infested disease works. You kind of just you basically you basically die and then you turn into it. Is basically how it works. Right. It's different, but oh well. Okay. Dude, what in the world is going on? God. Is it even worth it summon a drone right now? Yeah, I'm just not. But maybe, yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess it's not really the same but well, it kind of is because basically how it's like a gradual, like you die basically to cancer, and then the cancer instead of it just dying with you, the cancer keeps going, and then your body then turns into a zombie basically. Oh, yeah, more like how the zombies work in like um in The Last of Us or something. It's a lot of push pins. Oh my god. What does that button do? The button. Let me look. Rose buckler. Oh, it increases your armor. Okay.
okay. So I wonder how
Spike ball.
stress plays because like it does feel
Purity.
like the fact that these being something that literally just slows down the game is like
Right.
and and this is unfortunate. Um,
Do I get purity?
um,
Is it like okay to grab, or is it like really? I don't have
I
it.
think that no, security would be good for you because you don't have a lot of items that can
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not that bad at all. Yeah, that's not that bad at all. Nice. Yeah. We didn't get the map, but okay, we're not gonna be able to get chef or anything, but. Oh. Oh yeah. Do we want to do that? Okay. Well, it doesn't combine with it. It combines with the strand of bacteria that ended up becoming part of like Project Rebirth. And then that bacteria then became a mold. That's it. Just kind of lingered. That's basically what ended up happening.
Did it really?
Yeah, it kind of just lingered,
That's so cool.
basically. Except it's infinitely worse. But at least but it has like a direct cure if you catch it early. Like it's not like hard to deal with, but like if it's not like dealt with, it's so like good at killing people now that it basically guarantees like if a like a tiny town catches it and they don't have medicine for it, they just die and then they turn into a hive. Mold. Ooh. Yeah, I can agree with that. It could also be that maybe even like, because I do like the idea of this of like these zombie things being a part of the world, but they're not like so prominent that they're like a super threat, but like there's still something that is inherently like present. Oh, I just find that concept relatively interesting. You can just have the mind in this. I don't want it.
I guess I haven't really thought through why, whenever I don't know anything, like, just as more towards your own, like, I guess, carnal urges, the more the protection kind of, like, takes over whenever you're, say, like, hungry.
Uh-huh.
That would be, like, which one did you like?
Well, the way that you're describing that is kind of more or less like how the what's the word? The more sentient zombies work in the world, because there's the husks. I forget what they're called. I don't think they're called husks. They're called revenants. The revenants of Evermore are the sentient zombies, and they basically work like how that works. Well, because they're not an infection, they're basically like reanimated corpses, and then these reanimated corpses basically just lose. They just like need like food super often because being a corpse, their body kind of is just decaying and destroying itself as they exist. So yeah, they kind of need to eat food in order to sustain themselves naturally. There's a key in both. I'll just take one. And then, yeah. a teddy bear. Ooh, red item. Ooh, war bonds. Now, I think I'm gonna die. Yep, I'm dead. Alright. Turning to the drone and then going to you to hopefully be more helpful. Man, it's different. Well, it's different. Where? Yes, I can. I'm gonna take the glasses. Alright, time to roll around with about 20 times the amount of health I had last time. Crazy. Alright, well, because Revenants are kind of they're a different ordeal. I'm not against, like, what's it, like a more cultish type of disease, I guess, where, like, if you know what Dying Light is, it's much more like what you're talking about, where, is it Dying Light? I think it is, I'm pretty sure it's Dying Light. In that zombie game, the zombies are very much to work like how you imagine, where basically they're how stable they are emotionally and physically determines whether or not they turn into a zombie, basically. And then you can technically not be a zombie by just basically being better, or taking suppressants, which can either be like these mushrooms or like an actual like chemical cure, like quote unquote cure that the world came up with that suppresses the urges of killing people around you, for no inherent reason. Book. Knowledge. More keys, let's go. Yoink. The crusty key. Crusty key. Ooh, I like that item. There we go. Nice. Ow! I hate that enemy so much. Thank goodness. Dude, that gun mode you can get into is so sick. With the giant cannons of nails. Nail giants! No, that's what you're using. You're using nail guns. Yeah. Ah! Yeah, that over a period of time, because then the peoples kind of start experimenting. on themselves to be more genetically healthy. Basically, they like start doing like stem cell experimentations on themselves, so they basically can't get cancer or like age. And then they become the Alpha because of it, and then they call themselves that after that.
They all very technologically advanced and like full planet and
Pretty much.
plus everything else or
Well, they also, but they did actually like release the Project Rebirth bomb, which is basically their way of dealing with the thing that they did, because they basically wanted to reset the ecosystem and get rid of all the other. Yeah, they made the haze because the haze was just a natural occurrence that happened due to mold basically being like, this is really good at helping us spread and be more moldy, is basically how that works. So then it just kind of adopted the compound that made that, and then it just became the haze. Button. Yeah, pretty much.
yeah, so they just kind of went up into the sky and was like, "You guys have fun down there. You'll be fine."
No, they didn't. They did not say that. They're like, we hope you all die. Go away. We don't want you here. Is basically what happened. Because we don't agree with your views. Is basically what happened. So they're like, okay, you guys die now.
Well, to their dismay, they were fine. More than fine, actually. They showed everything like,
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
and so whenever the Elfar returned, they were like, "What the heck did you guys do?"
Yeah. That's basically what ended up happening. What? Why did the electricity spawn that far away? Huh. That was later, because then what ended up happening is after they left the world alone for a while, and everyone kind of like settled pretty much, then the Elfar returned to the surface and were like, okay, let's see if, because they're basically like, we're like, oh, we don't see any like advanced societies. There's nothing going on down here. So then they were like, let's just go there and let's just check the surface out. Let's tame whatever's left, basically. And then they realized, oh no, they did not suffer. They're totally fine still. And they're flourishing, if anything. So they got mad, tried to attack them. Then the haze that they had made themselves, that they didn't realize was gonna create mutant monsters that were gonna try and kill everything. They just kind of died to their creation, pretty much. Or at least the people that tried to explore it. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Pretty much.
People living down there were probably like, "You don't want to touch that stuff," and they were like, "Shut up!" They touch it and they die. imagining that this war probably looks a lot like a fantasy versus sci-fi, you know, like
Yeah, pretty much.
that I imagine it's very much like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's where the bioconstructs came from, I'd say. Or relatively around that period when they were fighting each other.
yeah, that period, well, I guess in that event, whatever.
Pretty much.
Well,
But like, well, it was during specifically during the Colossus War.
yeah, but that's later though. That's
Yeah.
after all the aliens and whatever wars. But is this about the time that all of us like aliens came?
Around or basically after they like started, they were kind of fighting and trying to like, it's just like territory wars. Where it's like fantasy versus sci-fi for a long time, for not that long, because then once that starts happening, then the words then like all the biospheres, labyrinths, and then the Colossus start showing up along with all the people that they brought with them. Because then all these aliens are starting, or aliens and other beings and beings from other alternate realities are also basically just aliens. Well, that's cool looking. Is this?
Here,
Oh, it is?
yeah, that was
Nice. Right. Uh-huh. Right. Maybe they... I'm trying to think. Because that does make them more important than they are currently, because currently their kind of lore is like, they were made and they kind of float around. That's kind of what they do. So that does make them more significant, for sure. Which was nice. So them being kind of, not necessarily heralds, but like, I guess messengers, and being like, maybe they would be like the... Do you want the leeching seed, by the way? They'd basically be the... Oh, okay. Oh wow, that's not even really a boss. It is scary. Oh wow, yep. That's it? That's crazy. Oh, I wanted another one. Dang it. It's fine, you can have one. I'm sorry. I did? Oh! I forgot that there's always gonna be two because there's two of us. Oh. Oh, okay. My concerns were warranted. Gotcha. It's pretty good for you. You should take it. It's good for you. Eat it. Void Sent Flame. Eat your Void Sent Flame. Yeah. Yeah. The word of God. Right. Yeah. Yeah, which does make sense. Yeah. I wouldn't. I agree with them being these kind of heralds. Maybe they'd be more tied. What does Brilliant Behemoth do? I think this is really good for you, if I'm not mistaken. You take it, because more explosions for you is funny. I think it's an unhit effect, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, you should definitely take that. Yeah, all your attacks. That is insane. That's way better on you. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a teddy bear. I have 5 teddy bears. 3, sorry. I thought I had more than that. I won. Ooh, a missile! You should take this. You should take that. You should still take it. 3 is funny. Oh! Naturally spawning legendary chest. Alright, let's go. Oh, it's 7,000. Wow. Expensive. Mountain. It's a big event. It's definitely a big event. It does kind of, maybe it's not as like unpredictable. Maybe it's like the Astager like come to like Earth, which would be declared Evermore at this point. And then the Astagers like discover it, and then the Astagers like, hey, you guys are gonna have a bunch of people arriving very soon. And then it happens like not that long later, like not like a few hours or anything, but maybe like a week or something later. No, yeah, it's gradual. It's gradual. It's definitely gradual. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened with the Ento. Right. Pretty much. Like Moses. Or the other, what are they called? How did I forget this? Bruh, I literally, like, learned about the name and a bit about them recently. How do I not remember what their names are? No, the people that the Israelites were given by God constantly for, like, a long time, they were like prophets, but they had, like, oh, the judges, that's what they were. That's right, judges. The judges. That's who I was thinking about. Jeez, man. That is embarrassing. I forgot what they were called. Decent? Midish late game? How mid are you today?
Not very that.
Awesome. Hmm. Damn! I didn't even need to be here, bro. That's crazy. Nice. Meat. Do you want a Soul Star? I have. You have 3? Damn. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I have 3 now too. So that's fun. I have 3. I have 3 as well, is what I should have said. Too bad, so sad. Dude. Don't give me ideas! I'm sorry, I'm making a joke. It's a joke. Alright. Take this joke! Eat it! What's that from? I know there's like a joke from something. Oh. Oh. That's funny. I want to loop because I want to be able to. I want to try and get the chef because I have the item.
Wait a minute, no, we can unlock another character.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, there's something you can do after you defeat the
Oh. What did that do something? It did! I cheated the system.
Oh yeah, you have the money. Yeah, if you like whenever you activate the teleporter, it takes care of the money, and then there's like a second you'll actually have that money.
Oh, interesting. Dude, my electricity reaches so far. Yeah, definitely. Kind of ridiculous. Crazy. It gets really easy to kill after you get to a certain point, though. I think it's like tanky on purpose, so you just can't do the thing we're doing. Oh, you're on top of it right now? Chip damage. Oh, I don't have range now. Dang it. Hold on. That one's almost destroyed. Got it. Ah. Come on, get the other one. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh my god. That is terrifying. Ah. Goodbye. So many noises. Oh! It squished me. I did not know that could happen. Okay, well, it squishes me. It was. Oh, you have to grab the brain. Grab the brain. Grab the brain.
I don't. Okay, well, I don't know if you can.
No, you could just. Are you sure?
I don't know. I'll go try. Yeah. Where's the right one?
Should I spawn in?
Oh, wait, yeah, maybe you can actually get it.
Yeah, I got squished. Whoops. I don't know. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't, why do all of them, I don't understand.
All the other worlds are dying, or they destroyed them because they didn't like them.
All at once?
Not necessarily, because time's weird, especially if you're in different time like timelines and stuff, or on different planets. So they would not all happen at once. It technically would be all at once, but not really. But they would, but because like all the characters would arrive gradually and be discovered by the estate gradually as well. It's not like this thing that just happens all at once instantly. It's a gradual thing that happens, and then them arriving on Evermore is also a gradual thing that happens. Like 100 years. The door closed. You should be fine. Good job, bro. Proud of you. Ooh, shaped glass. I'm not touching that.
Yeah, okay, now,
The brain?
no,
Yes. I thought it was for the brain thing. No, I just teleported and then went and took the brain and did the other one.
Okay, well then I am all over the well,
Not really, you're just doing it, you're just doing the other thing.
if you just see that door,
Yeah. Ah, interesting. Oh. Oh! What is this? It's like a different version of you. Kinda cool. Oh! I think... It probably will. Like, it did last time when you... Remember you had the one item? Yeah, it unlocked her. That counted since I was present for you doing it. Cool.
Yeah, this is a character from Winter Grade 1, a playable character.
Ah,
He's not in this game, so he might be added in the next episode. I don't know.
interesting.
He's called a Handy.
He's called a handy, multi. Oh, handy. Interesting. Huh.
So you're invited to come here. But there's all of them on
I can't open them because I'm drone.
also where there's links that have only pop up for the items. The other item never loaded. It's still like a floating green ball.
Alrighty then. Well, it loaded for me. I got them.
Oh yeah, you can also interact with
Huh. What did he do in the other game?
I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with
Ah,
I don't know.
interesting. Maybe they might not add him then if his gimmick is too similar to a different character. Also, it looks like he's very like dead. So
Yeah, he looks kind of dead.
yep. Since it's kind of the only way we can go. Yeah, that's true. Computer world. Huh. Really OP stuff.
Not OP, a whole new
Weird.
to find steak with stuff you can make like
Oh, stick with the slug. I wonder what that does. Ooh. Seared steak. Gains 50 max health plus a percentage of your max health. Oh, cooked to perfection. Interesting. What about the potion? No. Nothing. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. There's nothing I can combine it with.
I thought last time I was here, I could give it back to him to uncook it and get steak.
Huh. What about this one? No. This one. No. This one. No. This one. No. This one. No. Oh, that's confused with a buckler. Oh, I got a shield. Okay, pretty good. I will yoink that. Kinetic dampener. Knife. Yeah. Ooh, that confused with this. Ooh, I can get ramen. Hearty stew. That's what it is. Increased health regeneration converts it into damage at full health. A single sip leaves you satisfied. Nice. I'm trying to think like what would make sense. I was thinking maybe the coffee beans might do something, but no. No. Oh, that's confused with something. Ooh, brain! Fungus brain. Brain stalks. What does this do? Yeah. I combined... You have no cooldowns. Wait, skills have no cooldowns for a short period? Wow. Okay. That's not too bad. Actually pretty good. key. Fuse. Sorry, I'm just testing things. So you can combine the steak with something, but I don't know what. I wonder. Okay, I think I've already been fused everything I can fuse. Then we have to combine the brain with the like a node thing. Yeah, you have to go to the other part of the map in order to get that part so you can make it. So we can't. No, you get it. You get it when you're doing like when you like have to do the cryptic keys to fight that one like bird. It's yeah. Or it's Hardy Stew. Heart. Nice. Well, you don't get it from this part of the map. You have to go to the other like encrypted area where the bird boss is. Yeah. Wait, what does just killing it do? My gasoline was stolen!
Wait, what? I didn't know it took an item from you when you did that.
I'm also stuck outside of the border. It's fine, it wasn't really the best item for me anyways. Well, I unlocked one character at the very least. Oh yeah. Yeah, the power loader guy and then the bag lady. Yes, sir. Timeline. Figuring out the relevance of the stager and stuff. And yeah. So it's a gradual thing that happens. The Astager basically prophesied that they're all going to teleport. Not necessarily teleport, but that they all need to go to this one world because this is the world that they should go to because all these other worlds are messed up. And then they give them like the means to. Well, it's better than the other places. Do you want more shrimp power? Okay, more shrimp power for me.
Let's put all of you on the same planet. Just like, where's the logic in that? Like, what is the
Good question. It's kind of the necessity, I guess, is the main explanation I have, because their worlds don't exist, and then all the other worlds are not really hospitable, so yeah, now they're just there. Right. Yeah,
world.
that is basically the description of it.
That's why it's called Evermore, because they never introduced the surface until, you know,
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's gonna be cleansed and made, and like everything's gonna be cleansed and made new, and be completely perfect. So, yeah, yeah,
yeah, I would think that's what it would like you change the name Evermore, I would think. Like, then at some point, all the same creators and many others.
yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty easy choices, to be honest, but it's like,
Yeah, pretty much. The other worlds had different fates because of just various events of them rebelling against. Well, like at least in the instance of the Autotic, they rebel against their creators who took over their world, and then made them into these things that are alive. So they were like, "Screw you guys! Uh, we want to actually live like normal things are supposed to," and then they killed him. They just destroyed everything that they had situated because they were over them.
well, that would make it not unplayable.
Oh, the primes
Yeah.
make them playable. Um, they're like I don't have like a really a main reason for their existence. I could I could just explain the fact that maybe just the Artithetic were the creators of the Autotic, because that would kind of make sense. Um, because then they would be like, then there'd be like this, because they kind of felt are inherently relevant to each other anyways, and then basically the people that are left are like, yeah, we're from the same world. Not really, but we're from our own world. Our own world was actually destroyed a long time ago, so we took over their world, and then we made them into that. So now, do I have scrap that's green? I don't have green scrap. Is there a scrapper somewhere?
There's one on this page and one on here.
Um, but yeah, then they're like, now we're like the people that are left that want to actually like help people, because the people of the rich basically were complete and utter dillwads, and we're still smart because we're artithetic, so we'll help fix your moon. Is basically what ended up happening for their when they arrived.
I don't know if it's necessarily giving the like origin for it. It's just like it's just two different like
I'm gonna syringe.
factions, like two different like groups, I guess. Where it's like the Artifact is supposed to be anesthetic once the planet started to like become more like you know smart enough and like independent. That was interesting because and then there's like a I guess like I know that Upland like everybody kind of has their favorite, you know, they have their like various personalities, but like for some reason I like the Uplanders are very like chill, despite their characteristics.
Yeah, they are. They have a very inherently like mellow vibe, for sure.
Yeah, I would think that maybe where they make the Artifact like popular is like good for their class, but like there's still a little bit of like not really weakness, but more just like
Right,
maybe like a little bit of dysfunction as like not like unstable, but
right. Oh, I almost died. Glad I can heal. Right. I'll just make that lore now, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. The primes are now just the artithetic.
Yay.
There we go. Another irrelevancy figured out to make them even more relevant, despite the fact they did fix the moon and make a new moon, but now they have more relevancy to the auto tick and stuff. Because they already kind of have the same vibe anyways. Yeah. Kinda. Like, they weren't created, if that's what you're implying. Well, they were created, but they weren't, like, created, if that makes sense. Like, they kind of always existed like the Transformers did in the Transformer universe. Like, they've always been, like, a thing that was part of their universe. But, like, and they're alive, too, but they're, like, artificial, whatever the heck that means. Like, not made out of, like, they're not constructed in the typical manner of a carbon-based life form. They're kind of like not, well, they're carbon-based, but not really, because technically carbon is something that's like an inherent building block of all living things. But maybe they're composed of something different, because this is also in the instance of how the hoodlums work, because the hoodlums are not composed of carbon. They're not carbon-based life forms. They're like made out of a gaseous compound, and they're not like actual shadow people. They're made out of like this mist that's like black. So they look like they're made out of shadows, but they're not actually made out of shadows. It's like the same. It's like the kind of the same boat that the artificial are in. There you go. Me and Elisha made up. Me and Elisha made up. That's why I'm playing this game. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Everything.
Nothing that wasn't untrue. I just told him that you were upset and stuff, and you were kind of going through things. Well, no, that's not what I was implying. I was just saying, like, it just felt like something was going on, and it felt like maybe something like that might happen, because that was something I was kind of prepared for, but I know that now. It just kind of like you're being really quiet, and it was kind of like it felt really awkward after everything that happened. So I was like, is he gonna like not be my friend anymore? That was just a thought I had. I wasn't implying that you were. Yeah. Yeah. He knows that. He knows that. At the very least. It wasn't. When I say made up, I mean like we figured out what was going on, and yeah. I don't mean like we were literally not friends anymore, and then it magically got fixed or something. That's not what I was trying to imply. Oh, I have it on stream. I can find that, no problem. Oh, the thingamajigger to actually do the thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what that artifact does.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, no, it's a new thing.
This is a new thing for you. That's crazy, Mr. How's 1,000 hours on this game.
It's because it's a part of the new update.
Oh, it is? Oh, interesting. So is this a new character?
I know, it's a new game modifier.
Oh, modifier. Yeah. Interesting. Okie dokie. I'm gonna pull up the information on stream. I'll find it like nothing. Let's see here. Yeah, definitely more before that. Okay, for this, Oh, here it is. Found it. It's only an hour into the stream. Okay, let's see. What's the code? It's... wow, that's really fucking blurry. Hold on. Advanced, 1000. Yeah, 180. I should be able to read it with 180p. I don't know why it's so poopy looking. Maybe if I like pause it at a part that's like not as blurry, it should be fine. Cause it shouldn't be that hard to see.
Why is that to take a picture?
There it is. Triangle, circle, circle, square, circle.
Wait a minute, hold on, you got to slow down. Triangle.
Circle, circle,
Circle, circle.
square. By the way, I'm doing this from like top to starting from the left, going to the right,
Yeah.
and then
We're on the middle one.
yeah, we're on the middle row now. So yeah, triangle, circle, circle for the top row,
Yeah.
then square, circle, triangle, and then let's see if I can look at it again in a better angle because my crosshair is kind of making it hard to see. Oh my god, why is it so... It's because it's so fucking dark. That's why. Turn my phone brightness. And then circle, circle, square.
Alright, activating. Submit formula.
That worked out? Okay, good.
Portal.
How do I get up there?
Is it?
Nice. Okay, good. I'm glad I could see that right.
Alright.
How do I get up to you? There we are. Platform. Boing. How do I... Oh, here we are. Yeah, I found it. I found a way. We have 21 people watching now for some reason. This is funny. This is the most like consistent I've had like of stream. Yeah, that's like. I don't know. That's a good question. I should actually check this. I don't know if anyone's actually said anything in stream chat. No, no one said anything in stream chat.
I will assume they are all bots then.
Well, I mean, it's like this happened at one point where I had like over 100 people and like 5 people said something. So I don't know if it's actually bots or not, or if it's just people like staring, because people leave and join quite often. There are those types of people that just kind of look and then don't say anything. It streams quite often. I've done this area. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. I remember it being pretty annoying. Huh. Oh, now I don't have range. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, then we have to throw the key into the orb. I forgot to use the scrapper in the other area. Maybe there's a scrapper here. Blast shower. That is weird looking. Like the giant penis. It's got a lot of health. Am I even damaging it? I don't even think I'm damaging it because of where it is. There we go. Now I can damage it. It's kind of funny. It's a big pillar that you can't hit in this when it's in really far in the sky. That's kind of funny. Maybe. Ooh. Knife. Drone. Oh
my god. I'm gonna die.
Why? What's wrong?
Falling off the stage.
Yeah, because you're flying it like Mach 10. That happened to me a lot. Something like I think this game, like this map, like scales your speeds for some reason more. I don't know why or how that happens. Oh, there's a glasses area I could have gone and grabbed. Whoops. Whatever. Yeah, now we're not moving at Mach 10 anymore. What a funny thing to find, a normal turret. Not suddenly, gradually.
Well, I mean, 100 years for like 50 plus different species that suddenly show up out of nowhere, like that is a
I guess that's not really that short of a time.
for how like much momentous that is, and for how many there are, that it would be very hard to they're doing it anyway. Whatever, regardless. There's a bunch
You could increase the time period. Right.
They try to take it, and the thing is they kind of are winning. They have so much control, so much power that they kind of are winning. For a lot of they split the land, and they split over most of the world, which forces a lot of the either they get one part of the world or all the other
Needle? No, needle stick. Do you want the needle stick? Yeah. They're basically like landmarks that fight.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Alpha basically made their own version. They're not as strong, but they're all strong in their own way. They have bioconstruction.
Yep.
So basically, what number one war is this?
This would be like the actual third war.
Okay, this is World War II, but there are other ones involved now too.
Yeah.
So yeah, that happened, and I would say that like the really bad for the Colossi and the other world is that that like they actually put up like a winning fight against all of the Colossi. Well, maybe not. But either way, that's whenever God decides to do a thing and brings all the bioconstructions to life so that they can decide to Alpha and so the previous edge of Alpha have war gone now, and as the telling all of them that you guys God is gonna make sure you guys and they're like, that's not gonna happen, no. So they end up looking for ways to literally take control of the fact that
Yeah. Yeah.
also as a
Or error.
that whole singularity event that like space itself that ended up changing the entire like the entire world. The crash it was also guided by because it would have
Ooh, I have a guitar for you if you want that. A special guitar. Yes, sir. That'd be sick. Irreparably. Yeah. Because the moon literally explodes, and then the Earth snaps in half, basically. Yeah. They cycled a bunch of asteroid stuff. I mean, well, the basis of like the moon is it just means it needs more resources, or it needs resources in order to be a thing. It doesn't necessarily matter what the technology is, because like the artifacts themselves were like capable of modifying biological beings and then making them subservient creatures, and also being able to have interstellar travel be a thing. Right. Yeah. Well, so no, because the reason why they have all that power and stuff is because they're getting it from Satan and Apollyon. Because he has access to, like, the world. He can control the world if God lets him, so God was letting Satan control the world and giving Apollyon access to an insane amount of resources and knowledge to be able to do basically whatever was relevant to the situation. The specific sect of I haven't figured out the name of yet, though. Yeah. They try to create their own Big Bang, basically, is what they happened, and they end up trying to mess with the singularity of a black hole, and then that worked for them because their world ended up being created not by them, but because of the inherent like thing that they did was like God was like basically like, okay, so you guys did this. I'm just gonna make it work for you guys, and now you're gonna be stuck in this realm for God knows how long, or however long. Yeah, 1.8 trillion years. And it's just time's just gonna pass you real fast. And yeah, then that basically ends up being their own realm where those specific people live, and then the main proprietor to that actual event ends up just like being stuck in his own purgatory, pretty much. Grabbing items. I can grab them now. Oh, wait, yeah, we could do this, and then I could go take the thing to the chef. Because, just, there we go. Because the game was like, should we spawn a bunch of really overpowered enemies? I don't know. They're gonna die horribly painful deaths, anyways. Now it's gone. Alright, green.
In the wake of all that destruction,
Yeah.
that's a simple thing that we can talk about. But anyway, world is destroyed. In the wake of all that, the Xbox decides to make refuge like a place where, in the wake of all this destruction, go. But some other cities are also
Just people kind of trying to, like, I don't know. That's a good question, because there's a bunch of these other cities that are made, but I think that those are also probably a lot more gradual, because they don't just kind of appear on, like, well, it's not like Refuge, like, appears, but, like, that was a much longer process in comparison to the other cities that kind of happen. Because the other cities are more modern, tied to like the modern era, I'd say. Except for like Galeon. Galeon would also be pretty new. Or pretty old. Whoa, that's cool looking. Biblical values.
Yeah.
I got order up, baby. Uh-huh. Biblical.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, that's the thing, it's not, like, the whole aspect of segregating and stuff is not, especially in the Bible and stuff, when there's different people that have different beliefs, those people are absolved in a lot of cases. They are kind of put into they're either absolved or killed in a lot of scenarios, because cultures having different beliefs is an incredibly, what's the word? Antagonistic thing. Like, it's just something that inherently causes conflict. So what ends up happening, especially like when it ends up happening like in the Bible a lot, is the people that end up that are like literally God's chosen people, even if they like make mistakes and stuff and they like stray from God, they never like really forget God is there. They know He's there. They're just like, oh, let's just go do our own thing and completely disobey this prophet that is like just giving us the basic concept of how to listen to him, and then let's keep making that same mistake over and over and over and over again because we're stupid and because we're humans and we like doing our own thing and serving our own interests because we're fucking greedy. That's just like an inherent aspect of humanity and sentient creatures where they just kind of want to do their own thing and they don't really care what the values are. Like they'll abide by it if it works out, but if the moment it's like interrupts their lifestyle or their desires, that becomes a source of conflict, and then problems occur, like war, and such. So, yeah, like there's not like the Christian nation isn't meant to segregate people, but there's an inherent value system tied to basically everything. And those values will typically clash with other people's perspectives or beliefs, which can cause conflict. So, but like that doesn't really, like I said, it doesn't really mean that they're not allowed to be there. It's just like, if you're gonna cause problems, even if you believe in something different, and you're not gonna adopt our values, then you're not allowed to be here. That's just how it is. Because they're gonna cause problems, and that's just how it goes. Like, you can try to be all inclusive and stuff. Like, there's nothing wrong with trying to involve people, but like, people will inherently just like not always adopt the belief system or the beliefs of the place that they're going to, and those people might either invade that nation by illegally entering and not trying to have like an identity specifically for that nation, or an identity in any way, shape, or form that is able to be registered and identified by authorities of the area. But like, I don't know. It's just like, no, not at all. I'd keep it a totally Christian place. I don't want it to be. I think it being all this inclusive place where everyone can be kumbaya or whatever is kind of BS. Not even gonna lie. I think that it should be a place that is much more specific to the belief systems and such. I think that refuge should specifically only be a Christian place. Well, it's not specifically something that a place where people are not allowed to be in. It's just like there's a lot of rules and things that have to be followed that in that nation in particular, where if you don't follow them, you're just not allowed in, or you're gonna get kicked out or taken to prison or something. And that would. Not to prison. You don't believe in the idea of prison?
Not how America does it. I'll just say that I'm not an expert on anything that I've studied.
Do you know what a prison's for?
Yes.
What is it for?
Well, I know that you're getting into political stuff. I don't.
We need to get into political stuff. This is an important aspect of world building. You think about Auschwitz or something? Are you thinking about like Auschwitz or like what's another word? There's another really bad prison that exists in that was a place that was actually an active prison at one point. Oh. Right, the Switzerland version of prison, which is just like a cell you gotta sit in, and then you have like a TV and everything.
I don't. I've heard there was some places like Switzerland was just like the first thing that came to mind. I don't know if that's actually what I'm thinking of. I just know that like there is a place.
It sounds right.
Like
Switzerland would sounds like a place. Switzerland is very much so something that would probably do that.
yeah, it's it's a place where like you can I don't know if it's but it's like a place where people actually get like punishment. Like not sitting in bodies and all that. Like
Well,
you
obviously the punishment is fitting of the crime. That's just how prison's supposed to work. Um, like you sitting in your cell and feeling bad is depends on the crime you did. Like you stealing something, like and then there are like prison as well is also it's also a rehabilitation facility. That's what it's meant to do as well. It's a rehabilitation and like punishment center is the entire is what a prison's supposed to be. And then also, like prison isn't a factor if you per se killed somebody that was innocent, or you know was relevantly tied to something like murdering somebody for no reason, basically. Um, yeah. It's a punishment. It's relevant to the crime, obviously, and but also you don't just sit in the cell. You're given like a therapist. You do like community events with other prisoners and stuff. You're supposed to, and you're like meant to engage and like learn about things. But the thing is, like criminals, the reason they did it isn't because they were like. A lot of the time is not because they were like struggling or needed to or something. It's because they wanted to for the sake of it, because that's just how it works. Right.
I don't think that I personally don't think just think about it. Like,
Well, what would you do then to like, for instance, to somebody who stole something? What would the punishment be?
not bad.
Well, a lot of the time as well, those cells are given like a Bible for you to read most of the time. Like at least in America, I believe it's something a typical thing that is given to you is a Bible when you're in the cell by yourself. So you can read the Bible and try to connect with God basically. And then there's gonna be a person that's gonna be your counselor who's gonna try and like work with you as well in most scenarios, and like try to get you to work through the thing that you did, depending on the degree of what you did. And then pretty much you're basically gonna be locked alone by yourself and with God. Basically, that's gonna be the punishment. It is horrible. It's supposed to be horrible. It's not supposed to be shine shine Rambos and you do something bad. Well, what do you think about what's your perspective on hell then, and like punishment that God inflicts on people, like and specifically in the instance of like God casting judgment on the world for being literally evil and just flooding the earth and stuff? You don't know? You don't think it was righteous? You don't think it was just or good or holy?
I don't know how to explain how it's
the so the answer to the thing of that being holy and stuff is yes, everything that God does is holy, righteous, and just because He is God. But questioning Him is irrelevant, and like the idea of also the period of the world that was, and the reason why He did it was incredibly just because the people were like having sex with demons and stuff, and like doing some pretty horrible stuff. Like literally, there was like basically everyone's heart was filled with nothing but sin, and no one cared about what God wanted for them, or right. Well, we have a means to an end, basically. We have our Savior to save us from ourselves, because it's not a means of us. It was Him that did it. It doesn't matter what we do, but obviously we should pursue righteousness because we're called to do that as followers of Christ. But like, it doesn't give you an excuse to do whatever you want, even if some people might think that. No, I'm just explaining it. Well, all the relevancy of like what is good and wrong is very clearly outlined in a lot of places of the Bible. That's like what the Bible's like main goal of existence is teaching you what is right and wrong. And like what the punishment should be for a lot of different things. Like for instance, if you're to kill somebody, you're to be stoned to death or something. Like right, but even then there were still like other punishments and stuff. But like that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what, like Jesus came to fulfill the law, not to abolish it. He's fulfilling it. He's not here to erase it and make it an irrelevant, because the old laws are still a applicable thing. I'm not saying that like the aspect of like not of like the ritualistic or societal tied laws, the ones that the Israelites had to follow in order to be their own people, basically, and to like have to follow specific traditions in order to label themselves as like a specific people, so that they were as they were. But I'm talking about like in the instance of like homosexuality is inherently evil and is not something that should be encouraged or ignored or whatever the way some people might deal with it, or like it's an inherently wrong thing. And then there's like stealing, killing people, like lusting over somebody, like stuff like that. Those are all like Old Testament things. Like Moses brought the 10 Commandments and stuff, and then all the other 613 as well. But the more or less like the 10 Commandments are more relevant to us, and then like the other laws that are labeled throughout the Bible as well that are not just like. I would argue that the 10 Commandments are tied to a lot of the other sins that are labeled throughout the Bible, like in Leviticus and stuff, and in Romans and all that. Because if you read through Romans 2, there's a bunch of, like the Romans as well, like labels a lot of the different laws and stuff and what to do during certain scenarios when people commit certain sins. And specifically to believers as well, like what you're supposed to do and stuff like that. And it says like, it says to be wary and stuff and pay attention. But it also says that you're made clean by Christ, but it's important to not live in sin, because then it's just like what's the point at that after that, basically? Like, sure, he died for you, but like, if you're just gonna keep living in your lifestyle, you're not really saved, are you? You're just kind of doing your own thing, and you're using him as a crutch for living your own lifestyle. But like when I say like people that should be punished for their crimes and stuff, and like rehabilitated, like the rehabilitation is more specific to people that commit minor crimes like stealing, and like I don't know, getting into fights and stuff. Like normal, like typical, like normal things, like those are factorally tied to different things, and then there's like the stuff that where you should actually be killed for doing it because it's an eye for an eye type of stuff. Because like if you kill somebody, you should die as well. You should die for that sin, unless you're obviously doing it in the pursuit of righteousness, which is like also a thing that happens in the Bible because. If like you, so. Yes. Uh-huh. Right. I'm not saying that people can't be redeemed, and there's obviously like different degrees of it and stuff. But like but like the basis of like what I say of like murder, people that murder people should be murdered or killed as well, because that's the crime fitting of the punishment. I'm just saying that's like the fitting punishment for the crime, and then obviously in the instance of not in every scenario, because like in the instance of what you labeled out is a man who had previously murdered somebody, but has since repented of his sin, and is now a youth pastor trying to help the youth become more connected to Christ. Like that's a good thing, and that can definitely happen. I mean, like literally, there was what was his name? It was one of Jesus' apostles or something. Paul, yeah, Paul. I was pretty sure that was his name, but it was a Paul that he was a murderer. He was just killing Jews like left, right, and center. Just because he was not just because he was told to, but because he enjoyed it. And then what ended up happening is God literally knocked him on his ass, and then he went blind, and then he was given another chance because he was seen to have a more meaning in his life rather than just being like, I'm gonna kill people and then die for it, because God obviously had a different plan for him, because he had a really important story to tell in what he had done in his life. So obviously there's that instance of the people who want to repent for what they did and are punished still, but they're not let off scot-free for doing something horrid as murdering people that are innocent, don't deserve murder or to be murdered, but instead are then turned into tools for Christ, basically, and become people that help redeem other people. Like, I think that's a really inherently important part of things as well. So there's a wait. Basically, there's like a waiting period that should happen for murderers and stuff, and it also depends on what the murder was for, and like it's based on a bunch of different factors. I'd say, like the intent of the intent of the murder, if it was like inherently intentional or malicious, and or was Wow. Okay. Cool. Uh, and it was specifically meant to just outright murder somebody because they thought it was fun and they have no intention of not doing it again. There'd be a waiting period of it basically, and then if they don't change their mind and if they're just like, I don't care, I would do it again many times over, then that person should die. But if they're like, if they've been in jail for a period of time, and then they're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sorry, genuinely. I repent. I've been like, God gave me another chance, and I want to help other people that did the same kind of thing, like that are struggling, whether or not they did what I did or not. And yeah, I think that's pretty important as like a godly thing to do. But like, you know, it's just dependent on things. Like, yeah. It's dependent. But there's, you know, primary factors tied to God's justice, and the main, and the way we should punish people should be tied to what biblically, what the Bible says to us, and like what it teaches to his people. Whether or not we should kill. Well, in the New Testament, well, not in the New Testament, like in the Old Testament too, there was instances where the Bible outlines people that own slaves and stuff, and instead of like just outright condemning them and saying that they should die or something, it gives them, it gives them a how-to basically. But like the main punishment for like, even in like the Old Testament for murder, a lot of cases was just killing them, but there was instances as well where they would like, I think as well it would be like you cut off their hands, or you like basically disabled them in some way, like force destabilization basically, so that they have to live in basically their own type of torment in their life. But like a thing as well, like a lot of the Old Testament stuff and why like the death penalty is so encouraged for doing bad things back in the day was because like the people that did the bad things were not repentative and did it because they enjoyed it and they wanted to have power and disobey God just outright, and then make other people to disobey God. And like in an instance too, like God has mercy. He is equally as merciful as he is just, because he needs to inflict justice upon people who deserve it, but he also constantly outlines his mercy towards his people and the people that are his, like that aren't his and are his. It's a pretty I mean, like I need to like do more like specific studies on it, but like the punishment is relative to the crime, and the degree of the crime also matters to a great degree, and it also depends on whether or not the person is genuinely repentive of their sin and or their crime per se. And yeah, that's pretty much how that would all be tied to stuff like that. It's relevant to the crime and whether or not the person's that committed the crime is repentive or not. And if to the degree of the crime, also depends on whether or not they get the death penalty, especially if they're not repentive of their sin. Yeah, that's pretty much how that would go. Well, we can go to the Bible and do more and like look up different things and verses relevant to what we're talking about, so we can learn about the context. We can we can we can we can probably move on to a different topic for the time being. Well, we can just do that, and then we can study other aspects of the world for the time being and figure out what we want to do for other things. I mean, I could just look up verses with Google and stuff, and then like figure out parts of the Bible. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just ask my grandpa and talk to him about that. I'm not really sure what his stance on the Bible, on like the Bible is and stuff. I haven't really, I actually haven't like defined my grandpa's biblical stances on things. Even though he's a pastor and stuff, and he's a really cool guy. It's just he seems like an interesting. He seems like he kind of has his own perspective on things because of the life he's lived. Which doesn't necessarily invalidate what he knows and understands. I'm just saying it could be different based on what I understand. But I think the main thing we should try to use as the factor of what is going on and what like should determine negative things happening. I should say what the like determines certain punishments in the context of like refuges, like what's the word? Yeah, just judicial system. Like that, I think it should be as biblically tight as possible, whilst you know obviously having mercy towards people. Like the Bible doesn't say to just outright do certain things because they just did the sin. It does tell people to like say to give people a chance and stuff. But you know, again, we could just discuss a different part, or unless you want to define this earlier on. What say you? Yeah. All right. Huh. Huh. We don't have the code piece though. Do I have it? Wait a minute. What's that? What is that? I have a is Orphan Core like a purple black rock? Mm. Gotcha. Huh. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, well, I guess we can do this boss now. Reverend Martel. The brain. This area is kind of cool. I'm moving too fast. No. This map is really cool looking. In the brain. Yeah. It's a code world. Maybe it's just a really, really good ARG. So it's augmented reality, where everything that's like happening in the virtual world is like afflicted upon you in reality. Yeah, I took it out of you when I was talking about punishing people. Seemed to trigger a part of your brain that did not like that. That was interesting. It just seemed like something you were inherently like against the idea of like punishing people. What's that? What about this one? Okay. Oh, I didn't get anything out of that, but we beat that boss. Alright, we're here now. Is there a way to get the power, the battery core from not a drop pod? Yeah. I think a worm appearing beneath me instantly killed me for some reason. That's interesting. I didn't think that would hurt that bad. That is interesting. Wow, that was interesting. I did not think that would just instantly boink me. Oh, at least I could talk now and think more. You were basically recapping the timeline. That was what we were figuring out the timeline and like, you know, the different peoples and stuff and the relevancy of them all. Yeah. Right. Yeah. That's pretty much where we left off. Remember we were last discussing it. Because then after that point, it would kind of just turn into the era of like the sins like being awakened by Apollyon, and then him like doing the modern solution, which is just using people's vices as a means to get to them and then control them. That's basically what the sins do, is they like use people's vices as a means to control people. Well, they are these per se incarnations of them are just kind of like the more prominent like physical things that exist. Because they're like the world is getting to a point where like the fabric of the spiritual realm and then the physical realm is just kind of not there anymore. There's no veil of it, really. It's just all present at once. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, that is...
You know, like how you have your little sprites that kind of just exist in a lot of different places, and then like specifically like help Cape float and whatever. That's like, yeah, it's also like again, I comparing this to Adventure Time, because Adventure Time has a lot of factors in regards to how I kind of view certain things, because it's actually kind of like the more biblically accurate, I would say, to how this kind of works. But like basically there's a bunch of different spirits types that are either angelic or demonic, and all these different little spirits do their own little things that, and you can kind of just see them sometimes, and they're just kind of there. Whether or not you have like a spirit, like the ability to actively interact with and or like actually see them, which is what I would classify your little sprite things that you display in a lot of the arts that you made with the concept of what you had in mind of your world, which is going to be like a type of angel basically. And then it'd be something similar to like what I'd also imagine that the what are they called? The minstrels would also be a type of angel per se. And then there'd be other things that would be like demons that like lesser demons and major demons that are either like physically prominent or just kind of like the sins basically. The sins are possessed by one of like the demons of the vice that they represent basically, which is why those demons have been around for a very, very long time, because they've never really left. They've always been kind of prominent and have done different things in history in different ways, just based on the people that are around. I believe that's a thing that is inherently connected to history of demonic forces and stuff. Right. When I say a lot longer than the others, I mean a lot longer than the actual like physical embodiments of the sins. That's what I mean by that. They've been around a lot longer than those guys have been, like this literal versions of what those are, because those demons have been around for a lot longer than that has existed. It's already 12 for me. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for you. Oh. So do you want me to pull up? I like literally like I don't even know how much of the I only watched like I'm gonna look it up or look at it. Hold on. I watched the first 30 minutes and there was like it was fucking heresy after heresy after heresy after heresy. It was. But the guy kept reiterating the fact of like the word Elohim. You know that word Elohim? Do you know what that word means? Actually? No, it's interchangeable for just God. That's just it. It's just interchangeable for God himself. Literally God himself. Elohim is God himself. It's what that is what it means. It's not a word for this branch of this imaginative idea of these god heads that never existed. Those weren't a thing. From what I understand, like at least when it comes to history and how the Bible talks about it, these gods were just demons pretending to be gods and like convincing large masses of people to think that they're gods and then worship them.
That's not what I thought he said. Wait, what did he was saying? Like,
He literally outlined this idea that there's this council of the godheads that God appointed as like these people that helped God decide things. And that's not a thing. And then he also outlined the idea that let us make man in our image, and then interpreted that as these Elohim, quote unquote, these other gods as talking to God as well, and saying like let's make humans in our image, which is referring to a bunch of other gods, quote unquote, which is not biblical. God was referring to himself when he said let's make God in our image, because God is a triune God. He is three persons in one. But that was the other major thing that he said as well. That was a major heresy. And I didn't really get past that point because I was kind of I realized I needed to kind of pay more attention to what was going on, because when I was initially gonna just listen to it while I was initially just gonna listen to it while I was working, but then I realized I would want to point out more heresies as the video went on, because it just kept going with heresies. And like the guy, like, and like the way he was describing like demons and stuff and things, and he would see. I believe in the idea of guardian angels and stuff, and I think there are demons that are present that, you know, mess with you and stuff. But like everything after that, like his interpretation of like the past and like how angels and demons worked is just entirely heretical.
okay, but like the my main concern here is, well, like if we're talking about Evermore, you said that there's this veil in
Uh-huh.
there, and like that is a enormous claim. We do not know what that would be like, and so I don't.
Well, we have a pretty good idea of what that would be like.
How?
Because the veil per se is this thing that makes it so that most people can't see things that are present in the spiritual realm, because the spiritual realm is not necessarily like not here. It's kind of like a different dimension per se, at least from what I understand and what I believe it as being like functionally. Because it doesn't really make sense otherwise. Because like the realm that is the spirit realm is like this space that's like it's like exists beyond like a plane that we can see into. But like when I say the veil is broken, I mean like you can just flat out see spirits just kind of wandering around and doing things, rather than like they're doing that in the actual world like right now. And you can't see them unless they like specifically are told to be seen. But like in this instance, like that veil is not a prominent thing anymore. Like they can still hide and stuff, but like there's something that are just like more inherently that's just there. I'm getting destroyed by this thing. I mean, like, biblical. Just kind of based on how, like, the Bible talks about it. Because, like, the Bible does, like, there's different parts of the Bible where the spiritual realm is talked about in different ways and stuff. And it's specifically described as, like, this plane that is kind of, that, like, most people can't see into. Like, but you can tap into it specifically, like, to... like, but if you're, you know, doing witchcraft or whatever, to talk to dead people and stuff. And then like, but like that's not. But like the dead people you're supposedly talking to are not actually dead people. They're just demons pretending to be dead people. Well, and like except for in the instance, I think there was one. I think they actually were able to. I think that yeah, Samuel was like supposed like basically resurrected, and then basically told the guy that resurrected him like, why did you do this? You're supposed to be like like a person that's like followed Christ. Like you just did something that you're not supposed to do. And that's basically how that interaction went. Because like resurrecting somebody is like a plausible thing. But then oh yeah, then also Paul was like also like prophesied like something when he was resurrected as well, because how that happened. I'm trying to remember the context of it. Yeah. Yeah. He basically was like, because he basically God wasn't talking to him anymore, and God wasn't like saying anything. So then he was like, okay, what if I'm gonna turn to the soothsayer, or what was it called, a seer. And then maybe they can like I can talk to Paul about what's going on and get advice for it. And then instead of getting like advice for what was going on, he was basically like told that his kingdom would be destroyed, basically, because he did that thing. Not necessarily because he did that thing, but because he wasn't really supposed to. Which yeah. That's what I mean by like the veil is broken. Like, you know, like how the revenants are a thing. That's basically how that would work. Where there's like the dead people are less dead. And like demons and stuff are not don't hide themselves behind like masks of people or like events and stuff. Like they're just actively there, and you can and they interact with people and stuff and do things. Forget how you get all the way up there. Oh, those guys. Is it the? No, these are the torches. These torches here. Where are they? Square. Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're just the glowing ones. But that's what I mean by like the veil is like not as prominent anymore, because like the events of the world are kind of falling into place for Christ's return, basically. Oh, come on.
That's also a big point. I mean, yes, big
Right. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like. I'm just saying it's tied to it. Not necessarily it's going that like they know it's going to happen or something. It's just like hypothetically, like something that'll happen. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Because I cannot guarantee or label out that event. I'm just saying that this event is like the period in time and like what's going on in the world is basically is like very prophetic. It feels very prophetic. Wow. Yeah, are you getting what I'm putting down and stuff? Is we following along? I literally explained it. Oh. Well, I outlined the heresies that he was labeling, like the fact that he thinks that there were this like magical like people that were like a godhead that were not actually that weren't like angels or anything. They weren't like tied. No, he labels the Elohim as like these other gods that were like specifically like Baal and stuff. Like literally he like calls like that god specifically was one of the ones he labeled as like one of the Elohim. Where, but then like something about he also like he then like labeled something about what was it? They like basically did like the Satan thing where they like disobeyed him in some specific way that he mentioned. I don't remember. And then that's what like got them like cast out of heaven and like we're no longer like part of the. And we're no longer part of the council thing that they were supposed to be a part of. That was like the main thing that he said. And then there was the literal the use of the word Elohim is not referring to just God. It was referring to a bunch of different gods that were not actual gods. Who's the Bible Project?
Like a YouTube channel that makes like nice guys just like consider this for a moment. What if like
Oh yeah, these guys. Yeah, they bring out a bunch of different like so-called scholars and stuff and to talk about different things.
what about like what if I know you're probably gonna say that like the Bible uses it this way, but like just for a second, what if the word El did refer to things? Then with that like that definition in, does that like is that guy still saying heresy?
Yeah,
Okay, and like
because angels don't do that.
okay. Yeah, I still don't really know what to make of
Nice, I
know what to
basically got
make of it
everybody unlocked.
before, and now I'm just even less sure what to make of it.
Loader.
What the heck? What is this thing?
That's sick looking.
It's a bird.
It's a bird. Oh, or bird. A borb.
Or
He's a borb. Oh, this one's cool too. I don't know, kind of like the OG one's kind of sick too, but this one's also kind of rad looking. It's like ocean themed.
yeah, I can't decide which voice think I like the
Requires voice theme mastery. Beat game or obliterate on monsoon. Beat the game or obliterate on monsoon. Interesting. Oh, I have to play on monsoon difficulty. Got you. And then there's Chef. Killing enemies with 2 or more skills cooks them up and drops a healing food item. Throw a piercing cleaver at enemies for 10% damage. Oh, he just throws his cleaver. He's not actually like a pure melee. Ignite. Scorch nearby enemies for 16% damage. Roll. Stunning. Charge the rolling pin to speed forward. 300% at 60% damage. And then Glaze. Fire globs of oil in quick succession, dealing 7 times 250% damage. That's crazy. The only character I don't have now is Rex. So cool. Survivor of high class. Chef specializes in only the most exquisite meals and combos. The Clary Master Chef uses a variety of practice skills in tandem for additional benefits. Dice throws a spinning cleaver. Huh? That lingers in the air. Oh, interesting. Release Dice's skilled button again to recall them. Healing damage on the return to trip. So it's a boomerang attack. Cool. Roll it into enemies and close distance. You can't give a nice sear from far away. Sear oiled enemies for much stronger roast. Ah. Cool, so he's a combo character. I kinda like that. Extra oil is sometimes needed to handle bigger meals. Oil can be spread across Petrichor? Petrichor. Oh yeah, Petrichor. That's how you pronounce it. Across Petrichor 5, allowing you to cook your enemies or freeze them for leftovers. Huh. Oh, there's an ice variant? That's kind of funny. It's a really cool skin though. That's kind of funny. There's an ice variant of him. That's hilarious. Oh, it is? Oh, he's always got ice variants of his powers, doesn't he?
He has ice variant of his secondary.
Ah. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, and the more I listen to it, the more I don't know, I just wasn't getting bad vibes from it. I know that's not like a, a determining factor, like just because you get vibes from it doesn't necessarily mean that it's good or bad, but like, still, I wasn't. I'm still like cautiously optimistic about that sort of thing.
Right. I'm not against like listening to what the guy is saying and stuff, but like I'm just saying like those things in particular he was saying was just straight up heresy. But you know, like people have interpret things and have dreams and stuff, and just that's just something that happens, and people interpret that crap however the heck they want sometimes. It's just important to keep it biblical, and yeah, just listen to what the Bible says in regards to the words that they decide to use in replacement for certain things. It's just important to pay attention about it. I guess we can just play more. Does Chef come in a pod?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can grab the
Perfect. I touched the butt. Okay. A glove. A glug? What's a glug?
I feel like I didn't figure it out.
A wawa? Some water?
Yeah.
That's what wawa means.
I'm actually so tired. Like, what the heck?
Man, maybe we should go to bed.
No, I woke up like right before we started it. Remember?
Right. Maybe if you go to bed and then sleep and like wake up at a normal time of the day, then maybe I can engage with you. No,
Did they
I,
ever change it?
no, I remember. It's just, you know.
Weird.
Ooh, nice suction cup sound.
It's do you know what noon is? Like N-U-U-N.
No.
It's like a water flavoring tablets that also have
Ah,
vitamins in them. They're really good because I can't drink straight water. It's like it just I hate it so much. I know that most people like everybody's like, what do you mean it's water? And I'm like, I don't know how you can drink this stuff. So I need to put flavor tablets in it.
right. Can demons repent? Hey, look at that. A video about if demons can repent. They cannot because they don't want to.
Ooh, what?
Talking about demons repenting. Why did the Vikings become Christians? Because they were trying to attack a Christian nation, and the Christian nation completely overthrew them. So they had to convert to Christianity, and it didn't really matter to them because they were just like, okay, it's just their God. Who gives a shit? Basically, like literally, their genuine reaction, the Vikings' genuine reaction to being overthrown by Christians that were like over being persecuted by countless nations. The living is so
What's
funny.
our like 20 something viewers think of this weird conversation we're having?
Great question. I wonder if they would actually said any. I wonder if they actually said anything. It's at 19. It's at 19 viewers now, so
Okay.
engagement has reduced. It was actually going up when we were talking about stuff, and then it kind of like it just like kept fluctuating like crazy. And like it went up. It was almost at 30 at one point, and then it just went down randomly again.
It's spiritual stuff, I'm telling you. You gotta believe.
Yeah, I mean people they get uncomfortable when you talk about that stuff pretty easily.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I find it really interesting, especially like listening to different people's perspectives on things and outlying either heresies or just like learning about like an inherent thing that's like not specifically explained. I do find it interesting and kind of cool to learn about. There's a different thing I was like there's this one video one person recommended to me that was about like the idea of gestures being like an inherently demonic thing.
Jester?
Jesters.
Oh, like emojis or hands? Like
No, like
gestures?
jesters.
Yeah. So what's on that?
It's actually the way they were explaining it was pretty interesting because it's this. It didn't seem to kind of make sense, like the idea of like a jester, being like this inherently demonic thing because the way it like is kind of portrayed throughout history and stuff, and like the concept of a jester can is like kind of can be this tied to demonic influence and stuff because of the vibe of a jester in like in like most instances throughout history is about like like putting on putting a smile over like what is really happening and like ignoring the truth and stuff and like turning everything into a joke per se. um and that was interesting. I don't really remember all the. You can have this rusty key. I already have one.
The more stats you have when you open the box, the more rare it is.
Oh really? Oh, that's sick. It's like the dash that multi has, but like way funner, more fun and longer. Remember what?
That game is called Exo Primal.
Oh yeah, 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 of course.
Not that I don't think you're gonna get it, but I'm just like curious if you thought about it. Like I've thought about it really at all.
A little bit. When you told me about it in particular, I haven't like really explored Exoprimal all too much. Um, like via media or just like really as an inherent interest, especially like the way you describe it and stuff, makes it seem like
It's not quite dead on arrival, but it has a really interesting stand up there. But it's still online somehow. Maybe if you could like
what company made it or published it? Capcom. That makes sense. Yeah, they don't close their games. They're funny. They make all kinds of stuff too.
like even if you should know that like the catalog is like I would play it like technical Capcom technical offender. They have because of Exo Primal, let's just say that the fan service is great and the look at that how you feel.
Fan service. Wait, what the fuck?
Fan service is good. Maybe they share my data, but
Oh god. Oh man. Oh, that's wait. Is it like a mod thing that people use a lot, or is it just like?
no, these video game companies like to design their email services as Exo, that's all.
Oh, oh, damn. Okay,
So yeah, they just use Exo.
interesting.
Interesting instead.
Yeah, I mean that's my genuine reaction. I'm not really sure what else to say. So what you're saying is you just want me to play Exo Primal with you? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm just, that's, hey, I don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I really want to play Exo Primal. Don't play Exo Primal.
That's why I won't.
No, no, I was just speaking from your perspective, where you were like telling me that I shouldn't play Exo Primal.
I didn't say that. I just said that it's a growing thing. There's something about it you should know.
Oh, I don't think I ever will, to be honest. But,
I
eh.
guess if we ever go to Horizon.
Oh my god, I used R1 for the first time. That was kind of cool.
No one likes it.
This guy has lots of throw up powers. He's got the burning mouth and then the throw up. He's got the spicy curry effect from Smash Bros. And then I'm glad you know what that is. And then what's another relevant thing? And then he's got what's the name of that game? And then he's got Binding of Isaac powers as well.
I don't know much about it. I've never even touched on it.
I recognize that name.
Or like the frog guy from,
Bonk, bonk. Why are you? Why are you?
wanna play it. That's it. You don't have
I mean, if we're gonna switch games, I might honestly just go to bed. But like, if you want to show me Exo Primal sometime, I'll just watch you play it while I like write or something. Sure, we'll do that then. Tomorrow. When are you going to bed? I am dying. Help me, please. Thank you. Boomerang knives. I'm fine. We can just do like a short run and then. Is there like a way? Oh yeah, no, you have the core. We should at least try to let's just try to do like a normal quick run and then we can do something else. Or then I can go to bed. Just so I can unlock Rex. Oh no, yeah, we have to go to the specific part of the map and then we can try to just leave. Oh my god! Whee! That was rad. I went flying with the L1 power. Yawn. Bonk. Kajaro's banned? Heck yeah. That's actually pretty good for me. Kiaro? Is it Spanish? Are we speaking Spanish? That's a Spanish thing, not an English thing. Nordic? Maybe in some words, but like I don't know the language structure for it, but Chiaro. I mean, is it supposed to be pronounced Chiaro? Oh, like Jormungandr. Right. Yeah, okay. Then yeah, I don't know, my brain likes to say the J, I guess. Was there any other chests? Yay. You're so fast. Look at you go. I have a healing ability now. I like how slow he is when he's just rolling around normally. It's kind of funny. I was looking around a little more. Oh, why is that the response? We. Like, no redoing, please. I mean, you could take a break and just work on something different if you wanted. And then we could do the process.
Well, I assume you need something different in regards to Evermore, like working on Evermore at all.
Oh, okay. You're asking for a break from Evermore?
If you want to put it the worst possible way, yes.
Oh, there's a drone over here. 2 drones. Alright, perfect. Go for it. I got the 2 drones. Dude, that L1 ability is so fun to use. I've never been here. Wait, have I been here? Nope, never been here. No, I have. I have. I remember it now. Yeah! Do it! Aww. I'm good at being awake, and my brain actually works better when I'm sleepy, so. Or at least I'm better at like articulating and using big words, but that's about it. Cause I can all. Spicy. Something over there. Oh fuck! I really like his boomerang attack. This is really fun. This is probably my second favorite character now, I'm not even gonna lie. He's like, just like mechanically fun. Ooh, fire powers, yes! I got ignition tank, that's like one of the best character powers for this guy, I bet. Yeah, more movement speed. Yippee! Alex, I think Alex, so I think the big one is Alex, and then the Keith is the shorter dude. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Ah. God. Love it when that happens. Hey, at least I'm not alone. No, I've been told I'm crazy for saying that I have that happen to me. I'm not even kidding. I don't know. It was a weird scenario I was in when I was working there. Oh my god! Healing past full grants you a temporary barrier. Ooh! Yes, sir. Articulated the story. God give me strength.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff, for all this discussion. Thank you for saying that and all that.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Please. So, I don't know if I should start with exploring self-start or if I should start with exploring the classes and then kind of like as I go along. I thought start with the very best. So, kids were killed before you were old enough to remember it actually happened.
Okay.
And so he was like, grew up in a, he was brought to
Fonage? Orphanage.
oh, Haunted. Yes, he was left in a Haunted. And like, kind of got tossed around a bunch of different organizations for like doing things,
Mm.
just getting like tossed around and stuff. And like something basically like was problematic.
Ah, I love it when love those stories of quote problematic characters.
Wait a minute, what do you think I'm talking about? Just curious.
No, well, like, when I say quote problematic, I mean like kids that are labeled as like troublemakers. Just that trope I find funny.
Well, I should clarify that because it was not that he was a troublemaker. It was that he just, like, he never spent a way that people who, like, were trying to take care of him. And like, this place is not a good fit for this particular kid. And, like, like, wanted to have him as a wheelchair. But, that's not people kind of thought he was dumb, honestly.
Oh,
That he's not. But
he's artistic.
what I mean by that is I'm autistic, and you wouldn't know that
No, I can tell. Like, because I have the same type of autism. I'm self-diagnosed. I'm not actually like been diagnosed by a doctor or anything, but I can tell I have an autism for sure.
That actually kind of supports what I'm saying, actually, because most people, I don't know why, it seems pretty like
People
did not know anything about for a very long time. Like,
Huh.
they even went to, like, doctors and stuff, and, like, whenever, like, first got there, the doctors would see it, but then, like, the test would come in and it wasn't that, and it turns out that, like, the test was just straight up wrong, because of a bunch of other stuff that was going on.
Interesting.
Like, so, yeah, so then you get that obviously got that. For the longest time, nobody knew. And, like, nobody... If you couldn't tell, these stories are going to very much just be me trauma dumping.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, that's Steve. He just kept getting, like, transferred between a bunch of different schools because he kept, not doing the right thing.
What was the function of these schools? Like meant to teach people or just take care of people?
Well, take care of, like, children.
So just Just orphanages.
Because, yeah, how much do orphanages, like, compare to like, the education system? It's like a lot, right?
It depends. Like sometimes some orphanages do sometimes function as double as a school, but that also kind of depends on like where it is and if there's like a good school in the area and if the kids at that orphanage can go to that school based on factors like, for instance, autism and stuff. Um, so like, yes, sometimes they can be, but not always.
Alright,
I'd argue not always.
regardless, let's get to the point, the fact that structure actually pretty, it is pretty good structure. I like it. The idea that
Ah,
it's just subtext. It's never like the point.
right, right.
Uh,
It's the point if you pay attention.
that's a way to put it. So, yeah, that's a cool story because, like, I don't know, like, like mentally, like, the orphanage, like, keep a record of all of, like, the kids
Uh
that
huh.
the parents met, and so eventually he ends up taking these, like, quote unquote specialized kids. Uh, and sort of, I don't have the answers on the reasoning, but it's supposedly a place for like quote unquote special kids, you know, and it's like based on like a certain exercise or
Uh huh.
it's not that the place is actually terrible. It's actually kind of it's alright. Like well, wait, it is so. By the way, remember when I was talking about the security facility? How it's like a black void, and you can just like choose where you go, like thinking about it, and it's all like
Mm.
like like uh, materialized in front of you as you walk and everything.
Uh huh.
That is the place to do that. That is the administrative facility.
Oh.
So yeah, this is like a kind of it's kind of like a school, but also kind of like a not housing unit, but like it is a
Uh,
place where
oh, it's like a dorm. It's like a dorm. Yeah.
not really. Okay, actually, like whenever you say dorm, do you mean like like college?
Yeah, kind of. Basically.
Okay, then yeah, I kind of agree. It's like if colleges have their own kind of like college or college. That's like a thing that's only for college, really, in this like kind of like culture. But like
Uh
in this case, it can also be for like children of any age and like also orphans if they have parents.
huh. Yeah.
Uh, so in this case, right?
I think there's a real. Those are real places too. I don't remember what they're called though. But
Well,
I know it's definitely a thing in Evermore too. That's like an actual like thing too.
all right. By the way, this I do not imagine this conversation escalating somewhere else.
Right.
Uh,
There's actually this place I had in mind for a long time that was kind of like this area that's basically what you're describing. It's called Juniper Playgrounds, um, and basically it's just a place where a bunch of random like young kids slash young adults just live, and just kind of do their thing. But it's also kind of the initial concept was kind of like it was in the middle of Gearhaven, and it was just kind of like this place where a bunch of orphans that are gifted, like literally, by Trinity and stuff, and then just try to stay alive in this place basically together. but that's not what you're talking about in particular, based on what I understand. I'm just.
Maybe not like a like a but like it is well known about like about like so yeah, he's under here. I want to look at like the settings a little bit more because right now I don't know, I feel like I'm not really great at like settings or
Oh,
so I haven't really figured out how I want to do it either. But whatever and like this is like what like it's like how oh yeah I gotta get down to like hold on like as good as I am at settings I'm pretty decent at other stuff the age of the character is the one that I never remember. Hello again.
no.
Oh, maybe you're at like a normal speed.
Yeah, I'm dying a lot too. Hold on.
How about,
Oh.
okay, pause the game right as I die.
Alright, perfect.
Okay, so this is 1 year younger than us. I decided that I was doing a more portable play before, so that means we could either do Li-Jester or Li-Jester. Let's go with Li-Jester. Um, all right, so sorry, I was just being a game and giving you a tutorial on how to fly a drone and everything. So, anyway, yeah, this training for medium long life. Um,
Okay.
as you can see, he is not feeling great about himself inside, you know, constantly, not necessarily like, not necessarily like a big problem child, like he's like better off without, but like he's constantly like setting yourself somehow not very sympathetic comments. Sorry,
Oh, interesting.
like I know that feels different for you, but yeah, it feels like he's just like very like shy and closed off and quiet very much so. Uh, so he finds himself in this facility, and he's just kind of like chilling about wherever he's going or whatever. And there's this other kid there who he's weirdly fascinated with. There's this really tall girl with blonde hair is just like frankly kind of stalking him. She's just kind of like following him wherever he goes and like watching him very, very closely. I can't remember what exactly she was doing, but there was like this like event that happened early on that was like because like otherwise, you know, like put down or whatever. So after all girl is like following Eve around, kind of like watching like a hawk, like the I would like say more of a playground, like on the ground, like halfway hiked up and looking at it. It has the audacity to not even look away when he looks at her. He's always watching her. And so one day just walking down like a hallway, like to get uncomfortable, watching that movie, and it's scary because the girl is like, you know, it's really like right wait. The hallway, like following. Can't leave her. I'm gonna be following. I hear you watching so much. That's interesting, Mr. Really caught off guard by this question, or like the whole how to answer it. And I'm like, I don't know. Probably, but and it's like you guys really know the answer. And like you know, it's almost just kind of dumb thing. He doesn't really like think about it that much. He's very like he thinks good for he goes off and so he genuinely just knows why he thinks that
I'm following. It's interesting.
I don't know, I just do.
Well, that depends on the cat, to be honest. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because I'm sure that cats kind of have that.
None of the cats that I've grown up with have had that energy. Oddly enough.
Because I mean, there's one cat that we got. We already had a dog, and it kind of it was funny because it was like so scared of our dog, but to the point that it was so curious and fascinated that even though he was literally sleeping, he he was like looking at the dog and like curious, and he was just so curious. That's similar to how the relationship between Alex and me is. They just like
Mm.
they get along like almost everybody. There are 3 voices on the cat. What?
That's kind of sick, but also kind of scary. Ow.
So
Yeah, that'd be
I
nice.
know that that's kind of one thing that I haven't had pets before. One of the ones that I had before pets. So you kind of have that trepidation so it just
Oh!
kind of it's not so much awkward but awkward in a way where you're trying to keep up with them and you don't realize yeah because a lot of us don't know that as I really respect them and yeah, I just I don't know how to describe it, but I like to think that they love me, but I don't know. Like
Gotcha.
I just know that they end up meeting. I generally vaguely know how it ends up happening, but the actual events of the story is largely blank. And
Oh, okay.
so I know that like the yeah, a lot of like what I have already actually explained about Alex's backstory and how that affected her, present self. Uh, so Alex has kind of given her more like self-awareness to herself, and that's important because herself is I'm gonna have trouble explaining it because like there's a little bit of analogy to what's happening here. Like yes, I am super close with this story and I have worked on it for years and yes, I know it inside and out. However, think about literally like putting an object super close to your face. It becomes like it doesn't become more important the closer your eyes are, but as it gets closer it gets blurry. That's kind of what's happening. It's like I kind of know
Ah,
her story kind of more by like
vibes.
I was gonna say embody it, but I don't know if that's quite right either. Like I just I know this so well that I haven't like I don't really know it without it. It's
Yes.
become here's a good way to put it. It's become soul knowledge, not head knowledge. So it's
Uh.
harder to explain, but it's like it's not. It doesn't mean that I know it anymore. I just don't know how to put it into words because I just know it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if I like have trouble explaining it or like the way I'm explaining it feels awkward, that's why. So Alex, to explain her backstory, her parents are not together. Her parents aren't even that. However, her relationship with them is not good. Uh, made like like has an older brother, and that kid ended up like that he's not that much older than Alex, maybe by like I don't know 4 or 5 years, maybe a little more. I guess there is a difference but Ronnie was like it's like that it didn't go right. It happened correctly, and they didn't know why. They generally were trying to get everything they tried didn't really work, and in their desperation, they ended up doing things that they really shouldn't have, uh, so, yeah, it wasn't great. So, Alex was just considered a problem child, and, like, you know, it was, I think the technical term is vicious cycle.
Hmm.
So, Alex never really, like, violent. She was very emotional. She was very emotionally expressive. And whenever she was, say, frustrated, she might, like, scream and, like, hit something. Like, if she's sitting at a table and, like, somebody says something that she doesn't like, she might go, ah! Like, something like that.
Hmm.
And whenever she's, like, going to school and, like, with her parents and stuff, like, people take that as aggressive behavior. Like, it's not. Coming from Alex, it's not. It's literally just her expressing herself. She has no intention of hurting anybody.
Like
She's
Tourette's?
saying, no. When the example I just gave is a little bit more of an extreme example. It's not like she does that and even in spite of FNs, but like, she's very expressive. Like, whenever, like, what is this, like, her reaction is, like, probably more intense than what anyone else reaction would have been. And it's not because she's just growing up different from me. It's just how she is.
Hmm.
But people thought that was scary. And so she would get in trouble by scolded for, from her perspective, just having emotions.
Right.
And so it's like, yeah, it was not good. And so,
It was not good.
yeah, it was like, and like scolded her parents for having emotions, and that was upsetting to her, and it made her more. So, again, it's just a lot of perspective. And one day, I want to say, Spider might be a strange
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the taller you are, the more likely you are to be struck by lightning.
wasn't about at all. I didn't do that, but she still wanted to this time. And so that happened, and that is like the final straw. Because, for now. With Brother Ronnie, was one of the closest things to a friend we had. They were like awesome. Ronnie was the only person who was tried to stand up for her, kind of like, side, and she was getting put down by this man for the like, he didn't know how to really, like, fight back and stand up to that, so he just kind of couldn't help or felt like he couldn't, but still, like, Alex had a sort of appreciation for him, because...
Oh shit! Ah. I needed to grab the freaking power core cell, but I forgot to grab it.
Yeah, her brother was the only person who she felt like had a modicum of her best interest, but also feeling like anyway, that, so yeah, lost her marbles and trying to get hacked for, he acted like it was very unexpected. Alice is completely attacked by people, but she would never actually like attack them. The worst she would do would be maybe like somebody they were really getting no matter how much maybe she got, like that. She wanted to stop stand up for herself. And so it's like her going to George and attacking her parents was like very off guard. That was like on the off guard. So we actually kind of had to do that. Like, but consider that she's like almost the size of a grown adult, like 12. And so she like has her father and like trying to stab him. easily lost screaming, I like wanting to die, totally, just like, it's like all of the emotions, inside of you, inside your man, you find yourself, like, one moment, like, have your problem and it's, like, kind of sad. Next moment, like, next to Tsunami, she is, like, bleary vision on the ground in a puddle of her own throw up. Like, what happened? And she, like, looks up and Ron is, like, standing over her, holding, like a metal can or something. And so, and she's like, oh, I see. Even you have turned on me. And just, like, in that moment, like, yeah, she was still angry, but just, like, what little she had lost in that moment, everything was lost to her, they lost faith in humanity being alive, and so it's at that point that he can't live anymore, so they sent her away, they sent her to some sort of, like, direct facility, and that facility exists. So she's been there for, like, a year, 2 years, something like that, and, she has only gotten rid of it. She's like, this isn't really enough. It's not like, what she does. It's like, it has happened. It has teacher or like another something. It's rare, but it has happened. And that's kind of why like, while this kid is getting like his teams to actually really fit in with anybody else in the team. Seems to be like the wrong, be in the wrong place, basically, without consciously realizing it, she saw herself in him, and so that's kind of why she was really fascinated, and he recognized that. They both, like, saw that in each other, but didn't have the tools or the words to really explain it, or even realize what was going on. So that's how they ended up being friends. But the thing is, Alex, being more like, what's the word? Like, he felt a little stand up because he felt like nobody, yeah, not necessarily give up. He would always, like, give up so soon whenever their parents, like, told him to stop. And so he was, like, felt his responsibility. And so that got her into more trouble. So find a motivation or like a drive in herself to like, not it's nothing to like move away or like not like let other people be friends or people receiving a combat. What it is, but it was technically just technically semi-omniscient to everything that kind of abilities, and so it's kind of just, it can literally, like, from wherever it is, like, space you can move in this place, wherever it is, it can just reach literally anywhere, up on the out, and basically wherever it wants. Which is, like, frankly terrifying if you think about that. Literally, like, a giant stone man could come out of the somewhere else.
Oh, there's 2 items right there.
Sorry, I got caught up in autopilot. So, yeah, that ends up happening. Alex, like, takes it too far one day or something, and he gets brought to the administrator, by the administrator, which, at this point in the story, I want it to be, like, implied, or, like, it implies that the fact that you know that this is happening, that she has gone to the administrator's office before, and he did not, like, used as a threat against her, and she always, like, defenses, like, go up to maximum whenever it gets brought up. And so, like, it's known to the audience that she has been to the administrator, whatever that means, like, before, and that it's happening again. And it actually shows what happened again. And like, literally stuff out of whatever and then drop to a good black void. So there's no, like, there's no black void with this. The administrator is not a person. It is, like, it is a being, a creature, but it's not actually the name. It's just like a okay. I describe it as a cat, but it is a. So imagine just an oval, just an oval shape.
Like the wisps, like the elder wisps.
Yes, very much like that. But its face looks incredibly, like, it's very minimalistic. It's kind of just like very cut out of a mask, like a,
Yep.
But its face is supposed to look incredibly passive and like its eyes are like and its mouth is also just like it's an emotionless says, but it goes something along the lines of, telling her how much of a disappointment she is and how, like, how much Jesus caused her
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Yeah. It's just like, it's professional and sharp scolding meant to really cut deep and kryptonite in all sorts of ways. And it even takes it far enough that, like, whenever Alex just, starts screaming, and just, has no way to escape. Like, she might really turn around and the mask is, like, right there. Like this place is conformed to, like, by the way, this mask is huge. It's like, right all across. It's like, it's a really...
Have you seen the Atlantis movie?
Maybe, but if I did, it was long
Yeah, the Atlantis animated film with like the masks and stuff. You should look up Atlantis. Like Atlantis animated film, like mask, and you'll see what I mean by what this is like. By the way you're describing it, kind of just reminds me of those for some reason.
Well, anyway, Dad, Alex is trapped in his nightmare and just starts screaming, just in full panic mode, and then, like, pushes things further and starts, push her down with, like, knife in her hand so that it can get in her face and talk directly at her. And yeah, it takes a lot. Give me a moment. Read between the lines. I don't think I need to say what's happening here.
Right.
How long, and when the administrators finally decide that he's had enough, it ends up, like, literally, oh yeah, I imagine, like, one part where, like, like, I know that we're doing this, like, voice thing, but there is a floor that she's been standing on, and, it's and stuff, so just, like, and, like, flashes her, like, it causes these, like, white cracks on a individual surface, like, whatever was there is, like, right, and I think that there's, like, a little bit of, like, a blood splatter that comes out from under it. And then it raises its fist, and now it's, like, in this crushed crater, but she's, like, appears physically unharmed. I don't know, there's just something about that visual that, like, is really... She should have been crushed to paste, like, literally where there was nothing left, but then given realistic hand, and she's, like, she appears totally unharmed, despite being, like, surrounded by a circular blood splatter. I think there's something about that fascinating. I don't know. It's better. It makes you calm down a little bit. It's not uncontrolled. And start talking to you about things and here's how they're gonna start talking about how she never stood up for herself or never really did. She feels like she's always been powerless and helpless and whatever it is. She's never been able to do about it. She feels like it's her fault. Letting people hurt her and how she's never been able to do anything about it, even whenever she feels like she tries to. It never works. Starts wondering like what saying out loud to herself has stood up for myself and never would get them to stop hurting me. Power
You smell. Stinky.
You don't like to hurt people. You can't get yourself to hurt people because you know what it's like. And you don't want anybody to hurt you. Even whenever they're hurting you, whenever they're antagonizing you can't get yourself to do that. I came up with that on my own, and it wasn't until I told somebody that I realized it was about it. So, it means a lot as well.
Yeah.
And I consider that part of the whole story, and all that about it.
Alright.
Like, I don't know if you had this about yourself, that you, some part of yourself knew wasn't, like something bad about yourself that you knew wasn't true on some level, but you never knew how to change it as such.
Right.
So whenever you finally are like told what's actually going on, whenever you actually realize it, it's really something. Yeah, that's that.
All right.
And so we're almost at the end. They end up having that little meeting together, and then pretty soon after that, that Alex is gonna discover, as an information that either the Hellbent they're gonna accept it. They don't want that because like each other is the first thing they've ever had that is actually
Stable.
something that is brutal and the first thing they've ever encountered that has is like truly good. You know, they really that together they make such a bond they can never want to get back and forth or decide to they are not going to they decide together that they're going to run away. They, like, this, I imagine that this facility is kind of out in the middle of nowhere on the exit. And so, them, like, they run away. So they're you know, and it's like, whenever you get into, like, stories you have to what they want, and like they have to like sacrifice that's like story wise. That's what they're doing. They're deciding that they would rather like camp dying out in the bush than be and like that's what they're deciding to go I guess not like something I struggle with right whenever you find something that is truly good that like that's something worth holding on to that there is somebody out there who will actually
You should grab this drone. That makes sense.
Every time I tell him to get the story, I feel like it's the opposite of what's happening, but I suppose it's
Um, what do I say? It's interesting. The only thing I thought about was, do you imagine any of these other characters having abilities in tied to the class system I have for Evermore? Right. It's kind of the same vibe. The difference is like Jack is, you know, tied into the actual like power system and stuff. And has abilities and messed up where he was from that gave him a relatively similar experience to what you're describing. And then destroyed it rather than just running away from it. Right. It's just harsh.
Yeah, it is harsh, but it's also just not right for Alex and Steve. Like, you know how I said, like, the fact that there's no motivation, like, it's suspect.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is all just, like, an analogy for something that's literally what the story is.
Right.
It's, like... Oh, actually, no, it makes a lot of sense that you're like, ask how it, you know, might connect to those left games and stuff, because that's kind of what we were talking about. We were talking about all this, like, from the perspective of lore, but that's like, if you have a ability, it's like, this is fine to have, like, this technically weird. This is no longer lore. This is just a story that
Right.
takes place in this world.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe it helps if you, like, consciously, like, thought about it that way, instead of say stuff that way.
No, I get it. They don't have to have abilities or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just curious if you imagine them with any sort of abilities related to the class system. And why they might have those abilities and stuff. So my question is, why don't you imagine as well, I guess, why don't you imagine any of the characters you mentioned to not have abilities? Oh, right. Yeah, I can imagine. Just based on what he described for me and her also looking like, oh, legendary chest. And her like looking like she's dying and stuff like half the time. When you were talking about her. No, not quite, but I did see that she like had like like she was basically like sick looking, just because of it was the one where she's floating.
Oh, oh, yes, 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 yes. I see that. Okay, I understand now. Yeah. That is her having like really starving to death. So yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense considering how she looks in the image.
Not quite like like
Yeah, she actually, ends up where she's going instead of not. It's not just like her imagining it.
yeah, I want to keep it ambiguous what that actually was. Like, what or was it literally happening? The answer is probably something in between. Yeah. Like, one of those maybe I saw it felt that song that I was whenever I see my app like a vision of like one of these photos, I like to find one song that captures that vibe while I draw it.
Right.
And like that song, it just that was it. I wasn't unfamiliar with that song at the time. I was just listening to it and I looked at the subtitles. And I was
Yeah, the
like,
lyrics.
the vibe of this song was very connected to this picture. And so I got about 15 minutes into it and I took a break. And I was like, I might as well listen to this song. And they were practically perfect. They were like
Yeah.
so very accurate. So I 1000%. I mean, I have struggled with the song my entire relationship. I just thought that was so
Nice.
yeah, I don't. Maybe like it's really weird. That one's also. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to attempt as much detail. All right then. Well, this was. Did I tell you that this was happened as a very young child? Like back in the
Yeah, vampire cult thing. Oh man.
it doesn't have to be that it's wild or like necessarily traumatic. It's just the like intellectual that you were talking about.
Mhm.
Like, did you like there was one saying that both adults and something like that?
Yeah, and then the main one is like a vampire that Apollyon made, so she could specifically be like a vampire spreader.
That is so perfect. It fills in the gaps of like these stories so perfectly because like their their whole thing like the primary was before the merging and everything.
Merging.
Yeah, where and became what it evolved out to was. So it just makes sense from a world building perspective that they would have like stories where they would like without much contradiction they would have their own farm like they would very much
A parm farm. A parm farm. Nothing. It's just a random phrase I made up because I heard the words rhyme.
so yeah, that was his whole thing. Oh my god, stop doing the sun thing. So that was really the reason explanation behind that. But then
Yeah.
That's a part of war rugby.
Yeah. They're a lot of the sects are very into like different versions of slavery.
Yeah. What is? Did you say SECT sect or like?
Sect, yeah. No, SECT.
All right. So yeah, I know like Quaker was one of the ones that
Missile drone.
yeah, that like he would be brought to some sort of house and blood for and that makes sense. Not all of them, but some make sense. You know, it was convenient, and they had no qualms with taking the advantage of the power in their home.
Right.
So yeah, that happened as well.
Right. As it would.
Yeah, between Kate and Homie, it's weird that this like happening. So yeah, that's the thing, and I'm sure that works perfectly with what you have in mind for your story. World and stuff.
Mhm.
So that's the situation Kate finds herself in at like age 5. And so he gets assigned to a cell, like like how doctors and there's another girl there, and she's still kind of a child, but I think probably maybe like ignorant, maybe like
Teenager.
yeah, I can tell you guys are smart. Yeah, they trying to do the things that were insane. Like, most of the kids there were either kidnapped before they came to sleep or had their minds totally broken by either the brainwash or alcohol.
Right.
So it's kind of like there's no one else there who's really like sane. Like all the other people there are just kind of like they're trying to sit there and going on to do nothing. If they do like anything at all, they're not really doing anything. Some of them
Yep.
are like I don't even know. They're all basically walking around. Except for Natalie, and it's different. I eventually have to or maybe she was kidnapped and was taken out. Or maybe she had somebody else arranged. I don't know.
Or maybe
But
she has a Trinity gift, and she can be more.
that's very possible. So anyway, that's the reason that Kate has gone has put herself there at this very time where like Natalie was kidnapped. And so yeah, that's their lives for how long was it? I think about 6 years. They can't escape the streets without the internet. So 5. Okay, that's 13 years. Uh, 14. You know how I said if you basically, whenever it starts to infect them and it starts to kill them as well. However, if the process is usually safe, it usually stays with it because the process is,
Flawed.
inherently like, yeah, it's unnatural. It's not good. And so it usually is. Okay, anyway, but in their cases, they can actually survive with infections.
Oh.
Not
Ah!
okay.
Yeah, I just went flying pretty far. That was kind of fun.
So yeah, they're not psychologically or
Uh-huh.
but once they undergo this transformation, they are
No.
now useless to
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, they're like a potato now. It's they vampires can't like
They don't have any. That's why they need blood, because they don't have any.
is it true for your lore or
For certain ones, but like for certain vampires, but in my world as well, I like the idea of a vampire basically just not having blood. So in order to like remain youthful and nice looking and stuff, they need to drink blood because otherwise they just don't have it.
that's only true of some of them.
Yeah, those are husks is what those are, which are like lesser vampires and don't really have any special abilities, and like require blood in order to exist. Otherwise, they just die.
There are some vampires that are like which are the kind that like regular people like would do different costumes?
It depends on like the media or the mythology, but I think they're called like Eldar is basically what they're called. Because there's like vampire rankings. Because technically husks can become Eldars or different rankings. But the term vampire is actually a rank because a husk is like a lesser vampire. Vampire is like normal, and then there's Eldars that turn other people into vampires.
Well, the way I was imagining it was that like the process is entirely incidental.
Yeah.
And like it, yeah. So like, is there anything that would fit that description? They just want like I want to, or something, and then like they never wanted to turn them into other vampires. That's just kind of happened.
That's the normal vampire. That's the normal vampire thing.
Well, like, are you talking about Evermore?
Evermore and vampires in general. Cause like Eldars have the capacity to straight up turn people into vampires, but normal vampires, it's like randomized. It's something that can just happen.
Is Evermore like a higher rank, like one of the highest ranked vampires?
Yeah.
Okay, then it makes sense that they would have these yeah. That makes a lot of sense. That works perfectly. That's fine.
Oh!
They would also use them as sex slaves, whatever.
Yep. That's very much so tied to vampirism is blood erotica. and like blood sex.
Oh my gosh, I never thought about that. I just they were separated in my mind until just now.
Yeah.
Well then, okay, well that's been happening to Kate and Natalie. So eventually,
Trauma.
Natalie got turned. She got turned one.
Ah.
And Natalie and Kate both know that.
Mhm.
But they don't about it. So they remember, well, let's think, there's still a little bit of fun because with Natalie, their kind of their spell is really a built thing. It's kind of an extra. I imagine that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just describing her world to you on that.
Yeah, that's like the she has this den is what she calls it. Freaking Hua, I think is her name. Let me double check her name. The Titan of Gluttony. Or not the Titan, but the Sin of Gluttony. But yeah, she basically has a whole like den underground. That's just where she primarily lives. I really love this song. Yeah, Hua. I remember her name. Hua's got a really interesting story. Yeah, but then Apollyon treated her really well, gave her everything she ever needed, and not what she wanted. He treated her like a proper father, and then just dumped a bunch of really fucked up shit on her when she got to a certain age, because she kind of naturally fell into it. Because yes, he treated her well, but she was also like by his side constantly. And she just kind of adopted his energy very, very well, because of what, like, the way he did things and stuff. So, yeah. Because the main factor in making a sin, like, powerful is making sure that they're, like, choosing it and enjoy it. And it's not due to arrogance. It's like, it's kind of ingrained into them over a period of time that they just genuinely like it and want it, and they don't really care. Heralds. Yeah, apprentice. Yeah. Well, that, but also, I saw you come up from the tube, and then one by one your drones were coming up, and I just found that really funny for no reason.
Yeah,
I,
I like that too. It's really funny.
it's like do 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 do. Here we come. We're coming to help, Master. Oh, here we are. It was just inherently funny because there's so many of them. It's actually hilarious.
No, I have an art. You didn't meet my family.
Hello. This is my family, and we are all very much related. I promise you. We're all machines.
You see what happened to that mushroom?
Imploded. That was wonderful. Do we want to go to blue, or just keep going?
I mean, it's both will lose by so
Oh,
I think they know where
ah!
yeah, all that. So
Mhm.
basically, story works who would have thought?
Oh, oh, oh. Sorry.
For real, why were you doing
Oh. It's just. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, what a guest. Oh.
Okay, well,
That's just the energy.
uh,
I can jump now. Yom, yom, yom.
Natalie ended up turning into a vampire.
Yeah.
It's kind of worth like a
Realm. Oh right. Right. What? So what would so what was the explanation? Does the other girl just like leave, or she get like? Uh, oh. Oh. Huh. No, that's just interesting. Because, well, like, why would they not? Like, I like based on what you described, it does sound like they don't like having more vampires for some reason, which is weird. I'm not sure. Oh, that's right. So she's like inherently useless to them now. So that they were just like, so they're just like, yeah, we don't want you anymore. Do you want this bear, by the way? You can have the bear. Holy shit! Oh! I can fly so high! Dude, watch this. Watch this. I'm not even kidding. Watch this crap.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm sorry, I've seen it all before. I've played them.
It's just crazy, dude. Bro. This isn't even like fair. Just Mach 10 across the map like nothing. Okay, you can keep going, sorry. Yeah. I can imagine that scene. It's interesting. I can imagine it happening in a few different ways.
Well, yeah. My point is, I like this story is
Right. Yeah. Fun.
literal light at the end of the tunnel. Just he goes there and like has that kind of like
Yes, I keep reiterating the fact there's like most of Evermore is a desert. Oh, Africa, yeah, Africa has a lot of deserts. It's also mostly desert. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
comes out standing there for I imagine a very
Yes. Uh-huh. Oh my god! Right. 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 Oh! Oh! Sorry, I'm just messing with you.
Anyway, yeah, you down there, of money. And by the way, this is canonical. Like you would not survive if you wouldn't target one of the
Yeah.
that type of like house. For the environment, because I imagine every person somewhere has that.
Resurging.
So I would imagine that the sort of dead biotope around this
Ah.
world full of ruined equipment, things that were left behind this world for quite a while. Not really sure what it was doing, just wandering. And one day, like he sleeps during the day, whatever comes into his mind, nothing that matters. And one night he wakes up and he sees these lights in the distance, and it's like these buildings
I
with
need to
like
pee. I need to pee pee really bad. Let me go potty real fast. I'll be back. It is. Oh my god, it's 2:30. Holy shit.
hi chat. Is anyone still there? Don't bother answering. I don't actually have you. Like I can't see you. I can't see you chat. Hope you're enjoying this though.
Hey, Ro.
Tell me what that was. Anyway, so and I was like, this is kind of silly. And he's like, the words that Max made were like, what always reminds him of like somewhere that he met someone who was like he goes to London with Bella, and just keep in mind she is not eating anything in months. Like nothing but a skeleton. So she can't be exactly like very fat, but she was like,
Very wimply can move.
yeah, she's not even necessarily hiding. She's just like has nothing to eat, like running. Like it's so big, and so
There's something. Ah.
yeah, and so
Supplies! Instead of surprise, it's supplies.
Okay.
Help! What is this small child doing in my room? I forget, but yes, it is a reference. Oh yeah, I think it might be. Avatar: The Last Airbender, by the way, not Avatar with the blue people.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Sorry, whatever. Anyway, like, poor child. Oh, it used to like the gouge away the hole.
Oh.
So he's carrying that around too.
Oh. This is just has a rebar? Piece of rebar?
Yeah, it's a piece of metal. It's just carrying around.
Alright then.
Also, I just,
Oh yeah? Still have 18 people watching. You guys must be bots. Please, can you prove to me you're not bots? Because I swear you're bots. There's no way you're not bots. This is crazy. It's a lot of. This is like some of the most people I've had watching my streams in so long, bro. Like I get like maybe like 5 people to stream half the time, 99% of the time, and now I have 18 people like almost twice in a row, and when I've been streaming. Is the YouTube algorithm okay? Yeah, I have like what the frick, dude? The last one had 10 views, now has 41. The one I streamed yesterday had 45. I was like over 20 people watching at one point too yesterday. YouTube algorithm, what are you doing, bro? Is it being? What are you doing, Kyle? What are you doing, you stupid Kyle?
okay, so, this picture's kind of blurry and it's a little bit hard to see, but like I think you can just about make it out. Here is like, so before she looked like how she did in that picture where she was floating, but then I had this idea.
Idea.
To me by God. She
Oh.
is no longer just like a girl in some sort of like ragtag, like weird, like hospital gown thing. It has all of that, but
All that.
she has these like silk strands tied around her heart, which you can see, by the way. You can see her heart in the middle of her chest, like as if like her chest would be transparent. It's not, but like you can see her heart through it. And it's like tied around with these silk threads, really tight, really painful. And those threads like emanate out onto her limbs and are like tied around her wrist like bandage.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna unpause now.
That was so sudden. How dare you? It's just my position. That was what was sudden.
Eh, eh.
That was okay. So yeah, I don't know like how this I don't know how this strengthens or like what it is. I don't know if it's vampire because of this. I don't really know what it is, but I really like the concept because
Hmm.
it's it is like if I may say so myself, a inspired analysis of trauma because like I've experienced this. Like whenever you internalize something that hard,
You.
you start to not really know who you are without it. And it kind of starts to become scary to not have it. And so using this as like an analogy of something really interesting because I imagine that it's like like
Hmm.
like you lost something and then you put it back together and like wrap it in this like silk stuff. That's what it is. It doesn't have physically like you're not severed with like a blade or something, but like you started to literally pull stuff together with like silk stuff together. And that's trauma. That's the type of trauma that it is. Uh, and so like it's like as you read in as you're what trauma does is it like so largely. Um,
Could be a curse that was given to her by the vampire people.
well, it's gonna be right after like there's some other stuff kind of referencing it because that's what I'll uh,
I bet it will.
she she ends up like finding this village and there's some lady who's like about to come into it with like she's like oh hi do you like want to live here I've heard you told them what happened what have you been through like and like she just like stops like right before this lady bog like stops and is tired from having gone through this uh towards the end of his life this lady is like she goes down over to him and she's like what happened before then and then she takes his stuff and by the light of this little lantern in this little building she sees that these mysterious little girls have become vampires and uh, starts like glowing this red spot on their stomach
Ah.
and they look like whenever they see it
Uh huh.
and like as she stops the lantern she sees uh like in some of the there are like other like little stuff that come out and she's like what's going on and she's like like hey like there's vampires here and they have like kids and if you do that if you do that thing before the end of the year like actually random
Oh.
but choose carefully
Hmm.
that
Hmm.
Like, the entire time was in mind of him. Like, even if he didn't have like those exact words to describe it, he could he would be conscious. Now, you are so it's not funny, but it's so awkwardly dark and tragic, and you don't have the words. I just don't like to describe it anymore. And
Uh-huh.
one day, and
Yes. Yes. Equipment drone, yoink.
wandering. Actively, like, I remember Rick Cottrell saying, but the thing is, the next and it's like this whole like near death hallucination question mark.
Hallucination? Mm? I think enough I think enough based on relevancy.
Well, that whole thing happens. He's rescued in this like near-death experience, and
Mhm.
then wakes up and like he's on top of the cliff and he's with the jetpack,
Mhm.
and so like nothing else to do but wander, keeps going, and then he rests on one of the hills, and Bear rescues him on the right, texting his albino, and like
Vision, quote unquote.
uh,
Homeless refuge. Well, you're supposed to provide for each other in a community like that, so yeah.
So he like he keeps to the outskirts. He doesn't really go into the quite maybe at night.
Oh, really? Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Alex goes down, like, you okay? And, like, gets a good look at, like, Kate, like, falls
Okay.
falls back down. Is that supposed to be you, or, like, maybe there's a difference
Mm.
because he's hiding behind there, and, Alex steps out, decides to prioritize Alex is very notices that that however, like, small it is, that does show you Alex really good work to be able to detect if Kate is not responding.
Begrudgingly.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that, like, every single person every single person in Madison has hyper notes and how they take a call is not very impressive.
A lot of your drones are dead over here. Come with me, little girl, and you'll be fine.
I know. I know, okay.
I was messing with you.
Yeah, but this is
Oh,
what?
I just imploded. Nice, thank you. This instant died for no reason. I don't know what the fuck happened.
I don't know how to make that sound.
I know, I'm messing around. There's a couple more chests for you here. The the pinnacle of just friends. I don't know. I think I do kind of subscribe to the idea of, because I know so many, I've known of and know so many people that were in a not really in a relationship together, because they didn't, like, they weren't engaged and they weren't married, but they lived in the same house together, and then they had relations with each other and had kids and stuff. But you're then describing this as more or less just kind of like their roommates, pretty much, and that's kind of all it is, which is interesting. I don't know. They're allowed to be friends. There's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. Their relationships, quo pro quo. Oh, you died. I got killed by the planet? I just literally, the planet randomly killed me, apparently. Sucks to suck. Mm-hmm. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll figure it out. I'm great. Cause I have the bomb on me, so I need you to open it for me so I don't die. I don't want to explode, thank you very much. I could do that. Or we could just try this. Oh! Yeah. Impure. Probably because that's how she was asleep. In like a bed. Oh. That's what you meant. Okay. Look here, child, a comfortable bed. Oh man. Oh boy. The signs! The signs! What do we do? Hold on. Can you open this orb for me? The Vorb. Oh!
She's a refuge, and I'm not too bad.
Mm.
Whatever. But when you that when you get to
The autistic people don't think about those things.
what do you mean?
I was just making a joke about autistic people like forgetting about certain types of things because they're too focused on other things.
Um, I know a lot, but I think it's just a joke. I'm calling it status.
It's a joke.
Autism.
Autism funny.
Autism funny. So, and yeah, I get this item that appear, and I'm like, oh my god, forever. What do we do? And then we find that we need that tile in our house. And Alex is like, I don't know, so so
Oh, I don't know,
and
Rick.
a key,
Oh,
and he's slowly starting to open up his mouth. Hold on one second.
like the kitty cat analogy. Yeah, you mentioned the cat analogy at one point, and then you're like,
How have I done that? Uh, and since I got there, some of your heart and all the items.
oh yeah, you bet you. Me and my 6 items.
It's only
7.
one of them. Oh,
Yeah, no, sorry, I've been getting really good at hoarding. Hoarding.
well, I'm hoarding really. I sometimes I do anyway. Um, so
Bada boopity.
Alex told everybody that this game had a archetype or archetype. So or
Uh-huh.
Alex was really excited and he was like, "Come on, let's play this game." He had take his stab out. He's like, "Ow, what the heck?" And he basically throws another shot, and he was there with his claws out, and spits out and why are you laughing?
The way you just stopped like out of all of a sudden, and then used your ability on that item, and that was kind of funny.
Yeah, I recognize the funniness of that. Uh, anyway, yeah, these cages might have like possibly necessary expansion. Like I'm sure when we first played the game, Alex like like said, "What can we do to improve things?" And he asked that way, and like his thing is like Alex's claws are just
Ow.
and Alex is kind of like trying to pull away. It's like, what is going on? And like he repeatedly kind of like backstepping. I think like during that I was like trying to get like oh yeah there was like and like all the people they started to back up to like Alex did live in this little fantasy where like the other person's everything terrible and that just all fell apart and now they both know now like all three of them and so kind of back up into the corner goes up into the wall and waits for someone to but that doesn't happen for a long time. Hours go by, and nobody answers. Eventually, the door does crack open, and Alex pokes her head in, and says, "Hey, hey," and he doesn't respond. He doesn't even in a state of like panic, like he can't really like recognize like I'm getting told like the obvious concern that Alex has. He's just scared that something bad is and so Alex is like, what are you doing now? But like takes a while, and they start sobbing there from the end of it.
Initial D. Mm. Oh. Yeah. Um. Cool. I should probably get off now and just go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty late. I need to brush my teeth and stuff and just get in my bed and just fall asleep and then wake up at like 11. Yes, I think 11 would be about the right time. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, about 11. Okay. Yeah.
I guess if you can like if you can formulate the words, what do you like honest thoughts? Like don't just say, oh it's cool or I like it because you think it's what I want to say. Like these thoughts are what I want you to say. but like, what do you think of these stories generally?
I think they're interesting. I think they're cool.
What is that?
I think they fit well into Evermore. I think that they're a good. They have a cool vibe going. I like the symbology you like to use. I think that's fun. Um, and like the idea you had for the character having these heartstrings attached to her is pretty interesting. So you're thinking about how that would be interesting, or sorry, not how that would be interesting, but how that would uh, fit into the world itself. And like what part would what would we classify it under and stuff, and then the whole vampire thing's cool too. I'm excited to figure out more in regards to the whole vampire thing and such.
Yeah, it's very obviously that you tend to like. Whenever I told you stories with Mike, he was a lot more engaged on like the emotional like story piece of it all, but then like there's nothing wrong with it, but like you are more focused on like the world building part of it. Yeah, you are making stories and comics and stuff for the world, but it seems like you're doing it more as like a means to an end, and that end is to like explore Evermore
Mm-hmm.
and like explain it. But like my purpose is to like have this story follow you through going there, and I think obviously it's the same journey. So
Right.
yeah, that's like a little bit not really concerning. It's just like that's a difference between how we do things, and I wonder how that's going to affect things.
Right. Um, it's not that I didn't like the story or anything. I found it pretty interesting. Um, I know I'm always very keen on details and stuff and explanations on things, and I like to focus on what everything means for the grand scheme of what the world the story is a part of. Um, because I kind of used to just kind of willy nilly make things, and I do like doing that. But like I kind of find more enjoyment for like explaining things in detail now. But I think that's gonna be a good fact. You're gonna be a good factor in that regard because you're gonna help me like make the characters more connectable. I guess is the word for it, which is gonna be good for making things feel more alive and fleshed out. Because a lot of what you explained and the stories you told me felt a lot more like vibes more than really explanations towards things. It was just based on experiences and feelings and thoughts and stuff, and just like internal struggles and all that. And there wasn't really, any like primary like plot point for anything. It was just characters feeling things, and the scenarios were meant to be based on certain states of mind and stuff, which is cool. I find that it's pretty interesting.
Well, there really are some plot lines in this story, and
Oh, definitely. There's probably the most interesting of the bunch.
there's I have more stories, but there's a story about Spencer. Uh,
Mm.
which involves Alex's brother and Dr. Sam, by the way. Uh, and I have like characters that like don't really have stories attached to them, like Lee, Christy, and Ezra. There's some little world building at a coffee shop selling precisely business. Yeah, Lee business owner with a friend. They just
Hmm.
things like that. So admittedly, I might have just all of them. I never told you about all of them. But yeah, like going in the world itself. Did like did I hear correctly? You said that I would be helpful in like connecting things together via characters. Like, how do you read it?
I think I said that you'd be a good factor in helping the characters feel more fleshed out and more emotional and alive.
That's more or less what I've been thinking of myself too, as well. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, and like it's not just characters that are,
Right.
well, it's like I think definitely like I am better at like working with characters whenever I put myself into them, given like how people like what I know. I mean, other people can tell me about how they feel, but I don't really understand that the way of myself. So I think
Hmm.
a lot of the what I have worked with characters with my like some of the characters I find really like a lot in helping them with helping their development. And probably the biggest one is schematics. I won't tell you about it too much, but the point is I can figure out like I can look at characters and overanalyze them and stuff without it necessarily just being an analogy of myself. But yeah.
Right. Okay, I think we're good to end the stream now.